Harry's verse presents What If Harry Potter Was Doctor Strange's Reincarnation? A long-form crossover novel in 7 chapters. If you enjoy this story, please like, comment, and subscribe to Harry's verse for more. Tell us in the comments which crossover you'd like to see next. Harry's verse Chapter 1, The geometry of a cupboard. The dust under the cupboard had a kind of grain to it. Harry had noticed this before he had words for grain, before he could say direction or flow, when he was still small enough that the slats above his head pressed down with the weight of reasonable furniture and the conviction that small boys who annoyed Aunt Petunia did not get supper. He drew in it with his finger. He drew, today, on the morning of Dudley's 5th birthday, an 8-pointed star inside a circle inside a square. Not because anyone had taught him. Not because he had seen one. He drew it because his hand wanted to draw it, the way some hands want to wave or to grab or to fold. The star had to have 8 points. 6 was wrong, 7 was almost right but lonely, 9 was greedy. 8 balanced. He turned the points outward. He drew small flame curls at each, then thought about it, then erased the flame curls and drew small clean hooks instead, because flame curls were decoration and hooks were function. A boy of 4 does not think the word function. Harry did not think it. The hand thought it. The hand had thought a great many things that morning already. Above him, Dudley was screaming about the precise number of birthday presents he had received, 36, although he had been promised 37, and the whole house was a thunderstorm of placation. Vernon's voice rumbled. Petunia's voice peaked. The breakfast table groaned with the weight of bacon, the table itself complicit in injustice, because no boy under it would taste any. Harry, pleased with the geometry of his star, smudged it out. He drew a new one. This one needed a different number of arms, 6, this one wanted 6, and if he traced the inner triangle very lightly with the nail of his small finger and overlaid a second triangle inverted, the cupboard door opened. Petunia bent down. Petunia looked at the dust. Petunia stopped. "What is that?" she said. Harry, whose theory of his aunt was already reasonably well developed for a 4-year-old, stayed silent. Aunt Petunia's questions did not, as a rule, want answers. They wanted obedience presented in the shape of an answer. She bent further. Her finger came down hard and quick, and dragged through the lines, smearing them again, sweeping the dust into a panicked cloud. "You don't draw," she said. Her voice was high and oddly tight, the way it got when she dropped something fragile. "You don't draw on the floor. You don't draw on anything. Do you hear me? You do not." "Yes, Aunt Petunia. And you don't tell anyone." He had not been planning to tell anyone. He had no one to tell. "Yes, Aunt Petunia." She straightened. Petunia's shoulders did a complicated maneuver Harry would later, in some middle age he would not live to have, recognize as fear remembered. The cupboard door slammed. The lock turned. He sat in the dark. In the dark, something old in him rotated, not a thought, not a memory, an inclination, the way a cat in sleep will turn its head toward a sound it does not yet hear. Something in the bottom of him said, very quietly, that should not have been possible. He frowned. He had not heard the words. He had perceived the shape of them. The shape was clipped, surgical. The shape was a man's shape, a man older than uncle's. He was 4. He decided, with the 4-year-old's brisk practicality, that he would draw the star again later, very small, where Aunt Petunia could not see it, and he would think about whether Aunt Petunia's face had been afraid of him or afraid of the star, and which was more useful. Then he went to sleep, because there was nothing else, in a cupboard, to do. The summer he turned 5 Dudley shoved him into the shallow end of a paddling pool and Harry, sputtering, opened his eyes underwater and saw, plain as a page, the curvature of light along the inside of the rubber rim. He saw it the way one sees a sentence one already knows the meaning of. He saw refraction and surface tension and the unsteady cavitation along the side where Dudley's stomach had pushed in the wall. He surfaced. He coughed. He thought, I have studied this. He had not studied this. He waited for the thought to leave. It did not leave. It hung politely in the corner of his mind like a houseguest who had a chair and a book and was prepared to stay until somebody noticed him. Vernon was laughing about Dudley's strength. Petunia was photographing Dudley. Harry hauled himself out of the pool and sat on the lawn and let the water dry in stripes down his arms and did the addition that was eventually going to define his life, a thing that knew was inside him. He had not put it there, it knew things he could not have known. He was 5. He understood it like a 5-year-old. He gave it a name in the soft place children name things, and he called it the Quiet Man, and he resolved to be polite to it, the way Aunt Petunia was polite to the vicar. The Quiet Man was, in his estimation, mostly silent and frequently right. The Quiet Man was, additionally, frightened of something. Harry could feel the fear, behind the silence, not afraid of Vernon or Dudley or pain, all of which the Quiet Man dismissed with about the patience one would have for a wasp, but afraid of something larger. Something to do with magic, although Harry would not have a word for magic until later. He was a child. He filed this. He thought, the Quiet Man is afraid of getting it wrong. I should help him get it right. This was, possibly, the first decision Harry Potter ever made on his own. By 6 he had grown more careful about the dust, or at any rate about the visibility of the dust. He drew the patterns on the inside of the cupboard wall now, in the grain of the wood, with a fingernail he kept blunt enough to leave only the lightest mark. 10 variations of the star. 3 of the spiral. One that was a slow concentric curve which made his teeth ache to look at, and so he drew it once and then very carefully obscured it. Aunt Petunia, since the day of the star, had stopped looking inside the cupboard. She knocked. She slid food in along the floor. She did not bend down. She kept her face above the level of the door. Harry had observed this, Harry had filed this, Harry, with the small political acumen of an unloved child, had concluded, she does not want to see another star. So he gave her none. He drew them where she would not look. The Quiet Man approved. The Quiet Man, who could not speak in words but only in flavors of approval and disapproval, indicated by a lessening of pressure behind the eyes that Harry had reasoned correctly. Discretion is a virtue, said the lessening. Discretion is the first virtue of the practitioner. We do not show. We do. He nodded. He would have nodded if anyone had been there to see. The patterns on the wood started doing things. Small things, at first. He drew a star on the inside of his left palm with a pencil he had stolen from the kitchen, and the air around his palm smelled, briefly, of cinnamon. He had never smelled cinnamon. He knew it was cinnamon. The Quiet Man supplied the word the way an obliging dictionary opens to the right page. He drew a different pattern on his right palm and found that he could, for about 3 seconds, hear what Vernon was saying in the next room. Vernon was complaining about taxes. Harry, vaguely disappointed in the content, found he was very interested in the trick. He erased the pattern with his thumb and the hearing stopped. He thought about this for 2 days. He thought about it in arithmetic. He thought, a sigil is a key. A key opens one door. You do not put 1,000 sigils on your hand because then you have 1,000 keys and no doors. You put one sigil on your hand and you walk through the door, it opens, and you come back and you erase it because you have business in this room and not in that one. He did not think the word sigil. The Quiet Man supplied that one too. He was 6. He sat in a dark cupboard. He was, very quietly, learning to be a magician. The night of his 7th birthday Vernon hit him with a closed fist for spilling apple juice on the carpet. The blow landed under the eye and Harry went down sideways, knocked into the leg of the coffee table, came up with his vision streaked and his mouth full of iron, and the Quiet Man inside him said clearly and for the first time in something close to language, "Step out." He did not know what step out meant. The Quiet Man, with the patience of a tutor who has run out of clever pedagogy, performed the maneuver for him. Harry, very precisely, stepped sideways from himself. He did not understand it. He did not need to. The body went limp on the carpet. Vernon shouted, then panicked, then knelt. Harry watched Vernon's terror with mild interest, although the quiet man noted, neutrally, that this terror was insurance liability, not affection, and Harry, the part of Harry that had stepped sideways, drifted up. He drifted up through the ceiling. He drifted up through the second floor. He drifted up through the loft. He drifted up through the roof tiles, which felt like cool slate against a skin he no longer had, and he was on top of the house. Privet Drive at night was rectangular. He understood this with a fresh adult precision. The rectangles continued up the road in both directions, a vast geometric exercise repeated in brick and sodium light. The street lamps hummed. He could see the hum. He could see, faintly, the lines of force that ran between things. The cars and the houses and the few bored cats and one fox slipping along a hedge held different weights in the underlight, and the underlight itself was a fabric, was pulled here and bunched there, was thinner over the cemetery a half-mile north and thicker over a particular oak tree on Magnolia Crescent for reasons Harry could not yet parse but the quiet man could. The quiet man, in the Astral, was almost speaking. The quiet man was, almost, present, like a man standing just behind Harry with a hand on Harry's shoulder. "We will do this carefully," said the hand on the shoulder. "We will not stay long. We will not go far. The body is the anchor. The body is the only anchor. Always know where the body is." "I do," thought Harry, who had not lost the body's location any more than a man loses his own house when he steps into the garden. "Good," said the quiet man. "We will go up." They went up. Privet Drive shrank. Little Whinging shrank. The lights of Greater London glowed orange to the north and the lights of the Channel glittered to the south, and Harry, who had never seen a map of the world in any focused way, suddenly understood the geography of his country with the clean clarity of looking down at it. He stayed only a minute. The quiet man insisted. The quiet man also said, with an undertone that Harry would later identify as old grief, "I have spent too long away from a body. I will not let you make my mistake." Harry, 7 years old and bleeding into the carpet of a living room 100 feet below, said into the dark sky, "All right." He went down. He stepped back into himself. He opened his eyes. Petunia was crying and Vernon was holding a tea towel to Harry's face and saying, "You fell, you tripped, you fell, you tripped, do you hear me, that is what happened," and Harry, with the new and total composure of a man who had just walked through the roof of a house and looked down on his own continent, said, "I fell. I tripped." Vernon stared. The fear that swept Vernon's face was not the fear of being caught. It was the fear that registers, in a small and lizard portion of the brain, that the thing one has been hitting may not be the thing one has been hitting. Harry tasted iron and was, for a moment, satisfied. The quiet man did not approve of the satisfaction. The quiet man flicked it like a piece of lint. "Pride," said the lint flicker. "Pride is the disease. We will not cultivate it." "Yes," thought Harry. "All right. We will not." The body's pulse was loud in his ears. The bruise was already coming up under the eye. He let Petunia put him in the cupboard. He sat in the dark. He drew, on the wood at his elbow, a small precise sigil that smelled of green tea, a smell he had never smelled, and he thought, "I have studied this. I know the answer." Then he frowned, because that was not, technically, his own thought, and he was not, technically, sure who had thought it. But he was 7. He filed it. He went to sleep. He learned the trick of sleeping with one hand on each of 2 sigils, one on his hip and one inside his elbow, and he learned that this gave his sleep a quality the quiet man approved of, which was the quality of restoration. He stopped having ordinary tiredness in the mornings. He stopped tripping over things. The bruise under his eye healed in 3 days where Dudley's bruises took a week. He learned that the underlight was not metaphor. The underlight was a real thing. The underlight was, the quiet man indicated with a kind of pedagogical delicacy, the substrate. it was the layer of reality on which spells were notation, the way a song is notation against the staff. You could not draw a song without a staff. You could not draw a sigil without the underlight to draw it on. Most people, said the quiet man, walked their entire lives without ever seeing the staff. Most people heard the songs but never knew that anyone had written them down. Harry, 8 years old now and growing into his second-hand jeans by the day, asked the quiet man, "How many people see it?" "Few," said the quiet man. "How many people are there in the world?" "Several billion," said the quiet man, with a small surgical precision Harry had begun to find restful. "So I am one of a few among several billion?" "You are one of a particular few," said the quiet man, "who can see it without being taught. There are others who learn to see it. They are taught. Their teaching is sometimes excellent and sometimes very poor." "The teaching," asked Harry, "the teaching that exists, is it your teaching?" A pause. The pause was long enough that Harry, sitting on the back step in the autumn dusk while Petunia called Dudley to dinner, was aware that the quiet man had drifted somewhere he did not normally go. "It was," said the quiet man finally, "a teaching I once held in my hands. We will speak of this again. Not today." Harry, who had begun to take instruction in patience the way other children took instruction in arithmetic, did not press. He went in. He ate the smaller portion of the smaller dish, and he chewed it 20 times because the quiet man had once observed, in passing, that mastication was the only correct answer to malnutrition, and he washed the dishes Petunia handed him without complaint, and he went to his cupboard, and he drew, on the inside of the door at his shoulder, a sigil he had never drawn before, a sigil with a curl in it like a question mark, and he sat looking at it until he fell asleep. The quiet man did not, that night, sleep. The quiet man sat with the question mark and watched it for hours, in something Harry, on the inside of his own dreaming, would later identify as the long patient grief of a man revisiting a graveyard. The first day of year 3 was the day Harry decided that other children were a kind of weather. You did not, properly, argue with weather. You did not stand on the lawn and demand that it not rain. You went inside, or you put on a coat, or you stood very still until the rain decided you were not interesting and went off to bother somebody else. Harry, on the first day of year 3, stood very still through the morning and watched the other children do what other children did, which was a great deal of running and shouting and asserting themselves through volume, and he concluded that he himself would not be doing any of that, ever, by preference. He took a corner of the playground. He sat on the asphalt with his back against the chain-link fence. He drew a small sigil with his fingertip in the dust. The dust here was different from the cupboard dust, finer and grittier with the powder of red brick, and the sigil sat on it differently. He noted this. He filed this. A girl with 2 long brown plates and an expression Harry would later learn to identify as the precise expression of a future Hermione Granger, although this girl was not Hermione, came over and squatted down and looked at his sigil and said, "What is that?" Harry, who had not spoken to another child in a week, said, "A sigil." "What does it do?" He considered her. He considered the sigil. He considered the question. "Nothing yet," he said. "It's the shape of the door." "What door?" "Any door. Doors are shapes first." The girl thought about this with the perfect open seriousness of an 8-year-old presented with a serious idea. Her plates hung forward. She traced the shape of the sigil with her own fingertip, very lightly, not touching Harry's lines, and she said, "Can I draw one too?" "You can try," said Harry, who saw no reason to be churlish. She tried. Her sigil was not a sigil. It was an approximation of his sigil, with the curls right but the angles wrong, and Harry could see, in a way he was beginning to learn how to see, that her sigil would not open any door because it would not catch on the underlight. It was a drawing of a key, not a key. He did not say so. He nodded. "It's a good drawing," he said. She brightened. She drew several more. She and Harry, through the rest of break, drew sigils in the dust that did nothing because hers did not catch and his he was being very careful not to let catch in front of her, and at the end of break the girl said, "What's your name?" "Harry," said Harry. "I'm Iris. I'll see you tomorrow." She did not see him tomorrow. She caught a flu and was out for 2 weeks, and when she came back her mother had moved her to a different school for reasons that were never made clear to Harry, and Harry, who had not at the age of 8 begun to make a habit of keeping people, filed Iris under things that had been pleasant for one morning. The quiet man, though, had watched the encounter with an attention Harry could feel pressing at the back of his eyes the whole time. "You were kind to her," said the quiet man, after. "I had no reason not to be," said Harry. "That," said the quiet man, with something that was not quite reproach and not quite approval, "is the only good reason for kindness." "You disapprove?" "I approve. I am noting the difference between us." Harry, who had begun to suspect that the quiet man's grief was not for a place but for a kind of person the quiet man had once been, did not pursue it. He walked home. He let Aunt Petunia put him in the cupboard. He sat in the dark. He drew Iris's wrong sigil from memory, very precisely, and he held it in his mind and he asked the quiet man, "Could it have been a key? If we corrected the angles?" "It could have been a key," said the quiet man. "To what?" "To a small thing. A drawer. A cabinet. A box." She was not yet drawing for doors. She was drawing for things you put inside other things. "That is a use," said Harry. "That is the most common use," said the quiet man, who sounded almost amused. "People who find this work first find it for boxes. Boxes hide things. Boxes keep secrets. The first sigils most apprentices draw are for the locking and unlocking of boxes. Doors come later. I drew for doors first." "Yes. Why?" A long, slow pause, long enough that Harry could hear Vernon's snoring through 2 walls. "Because," said the quiet man at last, "you have been in too many boxes already. You did not need to learn to lock them. You needed to learn to leave them." Harry sat with this for a while. Then he reached out and touched the back wall of the cupboard with the flat of his hand, and he thought about the bent paperclip he had not yet been given, and he thought about the underlight humming under the floor of the world, and he thought, with the small precise satisfaction of an apprentice who has just understood the first sentence of his first lesson, "Yes. That is right. That is exactly right." The summer he turned 8 Vernon hit him for the second time. The blow was less informative than the first. Vernon had clearly been practicing in private, and the strike came with the particular jerky overcompensation of a man who was now afraid of his own hand. The hand connected anyway. Harry, who had begun to track these episodes the way an entomologist tracks a recurring beetle, observed Vernon's right shoulder, and noted the clench of Vernon's jaw, and noted the way Petunia had walked out of the room 3 minutes earlier so that she could continue not seeing. He absorbed the blow. He did not step out of his body, this time, because the quiet man had counseled him against doing so in front of Vernon a second time. The second time, said the quiet man, would teach Vernon that there was a pattern, and patterns were dangerous to display to people who had not earned them. He took the cupboard. He sat in the cupboard. He drew, at his hip, the small star and anchor sigil the quiet man had been showing him for a week, and he stepped out. The body sagged against the wall. The body's breathing slowed to the long even cadence the quiet man had taught him to maintain, the cadence that would not alarm Petunia if she opened the door, would not alarm Vernon, would not, in fact, alarm anyone who had not been trained to know what it meant. Harry, the part of Harry that was not the body, hung above the body for a moment and admired his own work. It was, he had come to understand, a kind of work. The body kept itself. The mind, with the right grammar, could go elsewhere. The grammar was the sigil. The sigil was the staff under the song. The song was wherever he wanted to be. He went up. He went up through the cupboard, through the staircase above it, through the landing, through the airing cupboard, through the loft, through the roof, through the dim translucent sky over Surrey, until he was high enough that the Channel lay clear and silver to the south. Higher still, France was a coast of small grouped lights. Higher still, he saw the curve of the planet, faint, only suggested, like the rim of a bowl observed from an angle. He should not, the quiet man indicated firmly, go higher. The astral was a tether. The tether had a length. The length was generous but not infinite. Stretch it too far and it would not snap, but it would tighten, and the tightening would be felt by the body, which would gasp, which would alarm, which would alert. Discretion, said the quiet man. Harry, who had begun to wear discretion like a comfortable coat, did not go higher. He hovered at the height where the air would have been too thin to breathe if he had been breathing. The lights of Europe spread out under him like a circuit board. He understood, with the small clean satisfaction of seeing a fact, why the quiet man had been so insistent. From this height a person was a candle, a city aflame, a country a constellation, and a man hanging unbodied above it could mistake the candles for things he could blow out. I see, he said to the quiet man. You do, said the quiet man. That is well. Many do not. Many travel and find power. Power, when found at this height, has a particular flavor. It is sweet. It is also poison. I will remember that. I know you will, said the quiet man, which was the closest the quiet man had ever come to praising him, and Harry, who would in his next life refuse a great many compliments because the quiet man's quiet sentence had set the bar at a height most compliments could not reach, was for a moment so pleased he forgot to be discreet about being pleased. The tether tightened. The body, 2 miles below, gasped. Harry came down. He came down fast. He came down through the night in a drop that would have ripped the lungs of any embodied thing, and he settled back into his own chest with a small soft impact and a taste of iron, and the body, having gasped, was now breathing again on the slow cadence, and he sat in the dark of the cupboard with his knees against his chin and he thought, very precisely, pride. The disease. Yes, said the quiet man. We will not cultivate it. We will not. You did well to recognize it. I have a very good teacher. The quiet man, for the first time Harry could remember, did not have a quick reply. Then the quiet man, with the careful diction of a man who has selected a sentence from a long list of available sentences and chosen a particular one for a reason, I had a very good teacher once, also. Where is she? Thought Harry, who had picked up, somewhere, that the teacher had been a she. Dead, said the quiet man. I am sorry. Thank you. They sat in the dark together for a while. The cupboard was small. The boy was small. The man inside the boy was old and tired and, in the moment, willing to be old and tired in the company of a child who had the manners not to flinch from it. After a while, Harry slept. The quiet man, again, did not. Mrs. Figg had been watching number 4 for years. Harry had registered Mrs. Figg's surveillance the way a child registers the specific grandparent who keeps butterscotches in a jar, not as surveillance, but as attention, of a peculiar steady kind. Mrs. Figg was old. Mrs. Figg smelled of cabbage and of cat. Mrs. Figg sat on her front step in the late afternoons and watched the children come home from school, and her eyes followed Harry longer than they followed the others. Harry, who had begun to notice these things, had noticed. The quiet man, who had also noticed, said, "She is not a muggle." Harry, who at 8 had no useful definition of muggle but was learning the word, asked, "What is she?" "A watcher." "Some kind of watcher." "There is a network of them." "There is always a network of them." "The shape of her is not a sigil, but the shape of her attention is." "Will she hurt me?" "No. She watches because she has been told to watch." "She is," the quiet man indicated, "a quiet retainer of an institution that does not yet know I am here. They believe they are watching a small ordinary boy. They are wrong. We will let them remain wrong for now." Harry, who had begun to enjoy the strategy of letting people remain wrong, nodded. He went, that Saturday, to Mrs. Figg's house when Vernon and Petunia and Dudley went to the zoo. Mrs. Figg had, for years, been the babysitter of last resort, the Dursleys disliked the smell, but they disliked paying anyone else more, and Harry, who disliked the smell less than he disliked the zoo, did not complain. He sat on Mrs. Fig's sofa among Mrs. Fig's cats, ate a stale digestive biscuit, looked through Mrs. Fig's photo album of cats while Mrs. Fig fussed in the kitchen, and conducted, very privately, an experiment. He drew, on the inside of his palm with a fingertip, a sigil of perception. He had been practicing the sigil of perception for a month. It was a small thing. It did not give him sight. It gave him, very briefly, the ability to see who was wearing other sigils. It was a sigil that found sigils. The quiet man had warned him to use it sparingly because it pinged the underlight in a small distinctive way, like a fingertip on the rim of a wineglass, subtle, but anyone listening could hear. He pinged. Mrs. Fig, in the kitchen, dropped the kettle. It clattered. She swore. She picked it up. She put it on the hob. She came back into the sitting room with a tray of tea and biscuits and a face composed with an effort she did not entirely manage. She set down the tray. She looked at Harry. Harry looked at Mrs. Fig. "Mr. Tibbles," said Mrs. Fig, in a voice that was a little too steady, "is in the garden. Would you like to see him?" "Yes, please," said Harry. "Good," said Mrs. Fig, and she sat down on the sofa across from him and she watched him with the steady appraisal of a person who has just been told that her quiet retainer's post has not been quiet at all and would now require revision. Harry, who had achieved the result he had wanted, went out to the garden and stroked Mr. Tibbles, who eyed him as a cat eyes a draft from an unidentified door, and he and the quiet man conferred internally, and they concluded, "She is not an enemy. She has been frightened. The fright will be reported. Be ready." "Be ready for what?" "For the institution she reports to begin paying more attention. We have, by being interesting, accelerated their schedule. Whatever they were going to do for you at 11, said the quiet man, they may now begin at 9. Is that good?" "Neither good nor bad. Sooner. We will use the time well." When Vernon and Petunia and Dudley collected him from Mrs. Fig held the door for them and said nothing of the dropped kettle. Her eyes, when they crossed Harry's, were the eyes of a woman who had begun to compose a long letter she had no idea how she was going to finish. Harry walked home between the rectangles of Privet Drive and looked at the underlight along the curbs and listened, with great care, for the small vibration that would mean someone with a sigil was coming. Nothing came. He filed this. He went into his cupboard. He drew, on the wall at his shoulder, a new sigil he and the quiet man had been working on, the small spiral that meant be alert without being afraid. The spiral caught on the underlight. The underlight thrummed. The thrum settled in his sternum like a low warm note. He slept under the warm note. He had begun, at 8 years old, to sleep with a layered defense around himself. He did not know any other 8-year-olds who slept this way. He did not, on reflection, know any other 8-year-olds at all. The bent paperclip came at him in the autumn. Petunia had been reorganizing the kitchen drawer, and she had set out all the orphaned metal of the household on a tea towel, bent paperclips, broken hairpins, the screw from a pair of glasses no one in the house wore, a single battery contact, and she had walked away to answer the phone. Harry, who was meant to be sweeping under the table, paused with the broom. He did not know why he paused. The quiet man had paused him. The quiet man was looking at the paperclip with the polite interest of a man who recognizes, at a great distance, an old friend. "Take it," said the quiet man. Harry took it. He put it in his sock. He finished sweeping. He went to his cupboard. He lay on his back. He took out the paperclip and looked at it, and the quiet man, by now experienced at the long pedagogy of teaching a child what an adult had once known, said, "Bend." Harry bent. The paperclip, which was already bent, accepted further bending. Harry produced a small irregular ring of wire about the diameter of his pinky and the rough shape of an O. Add the inner. Harry, with the quiet man's hands inside his hands, twisted a smaller loop within the larger loop, with two precise extensions like little teeth. He set the result on his palm. It looked like nothing. It looked like a paperclip a child had bent into a useless circle. "Now think," said the quiet man, "of a place. A safe place. Not a place you have been. A place you would like to be. A place you can see in your mind without effort." Harry thought of the beach. He had never been to the beach. He had seen the beach in a magazine on Aunt Petunia's coffee table, he had seen the beach in a calendar on the wall of his Year 3 classroom, he had once, on a school trip to a museum, seen the painting of a beach with a small white horse running down the surf. The beach was, in Harry's mind, white sand, a particular curl of wave, the smell of salt as he reckoned salt would smell, the absence of Vernon. "Hold it," said the quiet man. Harry held it. "Now lift the ring," said the quiet man. "Move it in the air. Slowly. Like writing a word with the whole hand. The hand that thinks. Not the hand that grabs." Harry lifted the ring. He moved it in a circle in the air, slowly, the way one stirs a soup that requires respect. Light came out of the ring. Light came out of the ring. A circle of orange-white light hung in the air of the cupboard, the size of a dinner plate, then a hubcap, then a small open window, and through the window Harry saw white sand and a curl of wave and smelled salt that was nothing like anything Aunt Petunia kept in any of her shakers. The quiet man, inside Harry's chest, made a sound that in a body would have been a laugh. "It works," said the quiet man, in something that was almost open joy. "It still works. It works in this universe too." Harry, who did not understand the two, climbed through the window. He stood on a beach. The portal hung behind him, a quiet little circle of light he could see from the back as easily as the front. The sand was cool. The wave came up and curled around his ankles. The salt was real. The horizon was very far away. There were no Vernons anywhere. He stayed until dawn. He walked. He had not walked anywhere on his own choosing, ever, in the 7 years of his life. Privet Drive had been a corridor between Petunia and Vernon and Dudley, school had been a corridor between teachers, the cupboard had not even been a corridor. The beach was not a corridor. The beach went, in both directions, until it ran out of going, and Harry walked up it for a long while, his bare feet slapping on the wet sand, the portal hanging behind him as a small reassuring lamp. He found a shell. It was a spiral. He turned it in his fingers. The spiral, the quiet man indicated with something close to professional appreciation, was the same spiral as his sigil 6. The world repeated itself. The world knew its own grammar and used it in shells and in galaxies and in the curl of small storms and in the curl of small boys' hair. There was a kind of relief in it, the quiet man said, in finding that one had not invented the grammar but only learned to read it. Stephen, the quiet man said, had once thought he was inventing things. Stephen had been wrong. Stephen had been correcting himself ever since. Harry, who did not know who Stephen was, pocketed the shell. He sat in the wet sand and watched the moon set into the water on one side of the world while the sun rose into the water on the other, which the quiet man indicated, gently, was unusual. There should not, ordinarily, be both at once. "We have arrived at the right longitude for an interesting effect, remember it," said the quiet man, "this is what it looks like to be at the edge of a thing. Mark it, Harry, mark it, and remember." Harry marked it. Harry remembered it. He thought, sitting in the wet sand, the small thought he had been refusing to think for 2 years and which he could not refuse any longer, "I do not have to go back." He could leave the portal open. He could walk down the beach until the portal closed itself. He could find a coastal village, work as a child works, eat what a child eats, sleep where a child sleeps, and never see Privet Drive again. The quiet man had given him the grammar to do it. Vernon's hand could no more reach across the world than Vernon's mind could open a door in a paperclip. He was free. The quiet man, who had felt the thought arrive, did not say anything. Harry sat with it. He turned the shell. He watched the moon set into one ocean and the sun rise from another. I will go back, he thought. The quiet man, very quietly, why? Harry thought about this for a long time. He was 8 years old. He gave it the answer of an 8-year-old, which was also, by accident, the answer of a much older man, because the people who know how to leave are the only people who can be trusted to come back. If I stay, I will have run away. If I go back, I will have chosen. The quiet man, in something that was as close to a bow as a man without a body could manage, yes. He climbed back through the window before Aunt Petunia woke. The window closed with a small sound like a sigh, and he was in his cupboard again with sand in his socks and salt drying on his shins and the bent paperclip warm in his palm. He sat in the dark. He cried, briefly, for a reason he did not understand. The quiet man, with great gentleness, did not ask. When he was done, he stood the paperclip up on its edge against the back wall of the cupboard like a small crooked monument, and he said, aloud, in the dark, in a voice that was his and was also someone else's and was, increasingly, going to be both, I have studied this. I know the answer. He had not, technically, studied this. But the man inside him had. The man inside him had studied this for 40 years across 36 universes, had come to grief for it, had been remade by the grief, had died and been remade again, had carried something forward through a rupture even death could not entirely seal, and the man inside him would take the next 11 years to teach a small thin orphan to wield it again with a discipline the man had purchased at a price the boy was not yet ready to be told. In the cupboard, Harry, 8 years old and 3 weeks, slept like a man who had spent a long day at his work. Above him, the house slept like a house. Outside, on the lawn, Mrs. Fig's cat sat staring at number 4 with its hackles risen, and would not move until dawn. Chapter 1 End. Chapter 2, The Letter and the Ledger. The first letter came on a Tuesday, and Harry, who had been expecting it for 2 weeks, picked it up off the doormat before Vernon could. He had not, technically, been expecting the letter. The quiet man had been expecting the letter. The quiet man, who had spent the last 3 years watching the calendar with the patience of a man waiting for a tide, had been counting down to the 11th birthday with a precision Harry could feel in his bones every time he looked at a clock. The letter would come, the quiet man had said. The letter would come on green parchment with a crest. The letter would carry a name Harry had heard once or twice, in passing, in the kitchen, when Petunia had whispered it like an obscenity in the direction of the back door. The letter was on green parchment. The letter had a crest. Harry, sitting on the bottom step in his too large jumper at 6 in the morning, opened it with the same surgical care he used for Sigils. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. He read it twice. He read it slowly. He read the supply list. He read the second sheet about platforms and trains. He folded it precisely along its original creases. He put it back in the envelope. He put the envelope in the inside pocket of his jumper. He went into the kitchen and made Aunt Petunia a cup of tea exactly the way she liked it and set it next to her hand without comment. She looked at him. He looked at her. Aunt Petunia, he said, I will be 11 in a month. I know how old you are. Was my mother, he saw the small jerk along the line of her jaw and adjusted, the way one steers around a stone in a creek, was my mother born with the same date of birth as me, or a different one? Don't be absurd. Different one. Was she a witch? The cup of tea, halfway to Petunia's mouth, paused. She set it down. She set it down with great care, as if the cup were a small live animal she did not want to startle. She looked at Harry. He looked at her. Vernon, in the next room, was reading the newspaper aloud to Dudley, who was not listening. How, said Petunia. I have an envelope in my pocket, said Harry. The cup of tea went down on the table with more force than its previous placement. Petunia stood. Petunia, who had been Petunia all her life, became briefly the Petunia of 15, the Petunia who had stood in a kitchen long ago and watched a sister leave for somewhere Petunia could not follow. The hate in her was, the quiet man indicated, very old. The hate was also, more interestingly, fear-shaped. The hate had originally been fear. The fear had been, at one point, love. None of this was Petunia's fault. Some of it, said the quiet man with the small detachment of a man who had stopped being good at apologizing for other people's mothers, was Petunia's responsibility anyway. "Give it to me," said Petunia. "I'll keep it, please. Give it to me." "Aunt Petunia," said Harry, in the quiet voice that had begun to make Vernon flinch when Vernon thought no one was looking, "I have been opening these for years. I just haven't told you. I would like, this once, to be told something instead." She stared at him. She sat back down. She picked up her tea. The tea was cold. She set it down again. "Your mother," she said. "Yes. Was a freak. All right. Like you. All right. They sent her a letter when she was 11. A man came to fetch her. She went away to a school. She came back different every summer. She did things. She turned my mug into a frog. Petunia's voice cracked along an old fault line and reformed, they killed her. Her people. The same people who are about to send for you. They killed her and they killed your father and they left you on my doorstep and they expect me to be grateful. We have fed you. We have housed you. We have not loved you, because we cannot love what frightens us, but we have done the rest. Now they will fetch you and you will go and you will become whatever they make you and you will not, do you hear me, Harry, you will not come back here pretending you are still my sister's son. Because by the time they are done with you, you will not be." She had not, in 11 years, said this much to him. She had not, in 11 years, said most of it to anyone. Harry, who had absorbed the word freak with the equanimity of a man who had been called worse by Vernon at breakfast, set his small thin hand on the table beside Petunia's and did not, quite, touch her. "Aunt Petunia," he said. "I will come back." "You won't." "I will. I am not my mother. I will come back. I will come back the same boy I am now. You don't know that." He thought about it. He thought about it with the small precise honesty the quiet man had been training in him for years. He answered, at last, in his own voice, which had started to be the same thing as the quiet man's voice and was, increasingly, going to be, "I know it because I have already chosen it. The choice is the thing that comes back. The boy is incidental." She did not understand. She did not have the framework to understand. She looked at him for a long moment, the small thin nephew who was not, in fact, the small thin nephew, and she said, almost in a whisper, "You sound like him." "Like who?" She did not answer. She drank her cold tea. She got up. She left the kitchen. She did not, for the rest of that morning, look at him. The quiet man, inside Harry's chest, said softly, "She means your father." "I know," said Harry, who had not known but had reasoned it from the shape of her face. "She is not entirely wrong about us," said the quiet man. "I know. We will be careful with her," said the quiet man. "We will," said Harry. He went into the cupboard. He drew, on the wall at his shoulder, a small sigil of compassion, very plain, with no curls and no flourishes, and he held his hand against it for a long time in the dark. The letters kept coming because that was what the letters did. Harry collected them off the mat each morning and stacked them in the cupboard and drew, every evening, a slightly more elaborate sigil of indifference around the stack. The sigil did not, technically, do anything, it was practice. It was the kind of practice the quiet man approved of, which was the practice of doing a thing because you had decided to do it and not because anyone, including the underlight, had asked you to. Vernon noticed the letters around the fourth one. Vernon, who had not registered the first three because they were addressed in green ink to the cupboard under the stairs and Vernon's brain refused to parse that combination, registered the fifth letter because Petunia had snatched it from his hand and burned it in the sink without explanation. Vernon wanted, then, an explanation. Petunia did not provide one. Vernon, denied an explanation, became bigger. He became bigger across the breakfast table. He became bigger across the sitting room rug. He filled the house with his bigness for a week, and the house, which had been built for one moderately sized family and had accommodated his bigness only by virtue of Petunia's competent triage, began to creak. The 47th letter, by the quiet man's count, came down the chimney in a fine stream. Vernon shouted. Petunia screamed. Dudley, on the rug, was buried under enough envelopes that only his hand was visible, the hand still holding a piece of toast. Harry, sitting cross-legged on the kitchen floor with a teacup of jam, regarded the chimney fall with the equanimity of a man who had, in another life, watched a building collapse upward into its own ceiling. "We did this once," said the quiet man, with what was almost amusement. "You did it on purpose." "I did it to rescue a city." "The principle is the same. The execution is somewhat more decorative." Harry, who had begun to enjoy the quiet man's flashes of dry pleasure the way other children enjoyed birthdays, retrieved a letter, slit the envelope with his thumbnail, and read the supply list again. That afternoon Vernon packed the family into the car and drove for hours. Harry watched the geography of England slip past the window with the polite interest of a man who had already, in Astral, looked down on it from above. Vernon shouted at the radio. Dudley shouted at Vernon. Petunia did not shout, because Petunia had stopped shouting at about the 6th letter, and was now performing the much harder labor of not screaming. They wound up at a hut on a rock in the middle of a sea. The quiet man, observing this from inside Harry's chest, made the mental equivalent of a low whistle. "He is afraid," said the quiet man. "Of letters? Of what the letters mean. He has spent 11 years deciding you are ordinary. He is now being told he was wrong. A man who has been wrong about something for 11 years would rather drown than admit the mistake. Especially a man like Vernon. Especially in front of his wife, who has, on this matter, been right." "Vernon will not drown us," said Harry. "He may try. He will not succeed." "No," said the quiet man. "He will not." Harry, on the floor of the hut at midnight, drew with a fingertip on the dust of the boards the small precise sigil he had been working on for a week, the one that looked like an eye with a closed lid, and he held his palm above it and he felt the underlight thrum, and he waited. At precisely midnight, in accordance with a calendar Harry had not been shown but the quiet man had been expecting, the door of the hut shook on its hinges. Then the door fell flat. Then the doorway was full of the largest man Harry had ever seen. "Harry," said the largest man Harry had ever seen, in a voice like a barrel rolling down a flight of stairs. "Yeah, Don, remember me? Last time I saw ya, you were a baby." "Hello, Hagrid," said Harry, who had not been told this person's name and had therefore reasoned it from the apron and the umbrella and the unmistakable shape of the quiet man's small interior nod of recognition. Hagrid looked at him. The look was complicated. The look was the look of a man who had been told to expect a certain kind of small thin pale boy and had encountered, instead, a small thin pale boy who appeared to know his name. "How did you look like someone who would be called Hagrid," said Harry, which was true, in a way, although what he meant was that the shape of Hagrid's attention against the underlight was the shape the quiet man had once, in passing, sketched as the shape of half-giant kindness, and Harry had recognized it the way one recognizes the gait of a friend at a great distance. "Please come in. Aunt Petunia is in the back. Uncle Vernon is upstairs. Dudley is on the sofa under his coat. There is no tea but I can offer you cold sausage." Hagrid looked at the sausage. Hagrid looked at the boy. Hagrid sat down on a chair that creaked and held. Hagrid produced, from inside his vast coat, a chocolate cake with "Happy Birthday Harry" in green icing, and a small live owl, and a great many parcels. "Yary a wizard, Harry," said Hagrid, who had been told, in advance, to lead with this. He was unsure how to follow it up. The boy in front of him was not, as the boy had been described, looking up at him in dawning wonder. The boy in front of him was, it appeared, smiling. Not very much. A little. I know, said Harry. Yeah, do. For about 3 years. The letters confirmed the institutional name. I did not know the school's name, until the first letter. Hagrid, who had been told a great deal about Harry Potter and who had not been told most of the right things, sat for a long moment with his hands on his knees and stared at this small composed boy, and then Hagrid did the thing Hagrid did best, which was to set aside any expectations he had brought with him and accept the boy in front of him as the only Harry Potter that mattered. He smiled. He smiled hugely. He cut the cake with a knife the size of a small sword and gave Harry a slice on a saucer, and Harry ate it slowly with the small careful pleasure of a boy who had not eaten cake on a birthday in his life, and Hagrid, watching him, did not comment, because Hagrid had also not eaten cake on a birthday for many years of his own. Tell me about my parents, said Harry, after the cake. Hagrid told him. He told him with the messy, partial, shining version of love a man holds for people he has known and lost. He told him about James's laugh and Lily's eyes and the night they had died and the man called He Who Must Not Be Named, whose real name Hagrid did not say, and Harry listened with the very patient attention of a man who had already, with the quiet man, pieced together the bones of this story from Petunia's silences and was now being given the meat. When Hagrid had finished, Harry asked, in the same level small voice, what was the man's name? Shouldn't say it, I would like to know it. I will not say it where it would frighten you. Hagrid looked at him for a long while. Then he leaned in very close, so that his beard brushed the cake plate, and he whispered the syllables, Voldemort. The quiet man, inside Harry's chest, came to a sudden and total alertness. The eye-thrum, which had been a low warm note for years, sharpened into a tone Harry had never heard before, a tone with a hard edge at one end. Voldemort. The name struck the underlight like a tuning fork on a wineglass, and the wineglass was not Harry, the wineglass was something inside Harry, a small foreign place behind his scar that he had not, until that moment, had any reason to examine. Behind his scar. He filed the location. He did not, by any twitch of his face, indicate to Hagrid that he had filed anything. He nodded. Voldemort, he said quietly, the way one says a name one is going to remember. Hagrid's eyebrows climbed his forehead. Yeri not afraid. I am noting him, said Harry. Fear is for later. Noting is for now. The quiet man, almost in pleasure, that is exactly correct, that is the correct order of operations, you are doing well. Hagrid said, slowly, Yeri a strange one, Harry Potter. I have been told, said Harry, with the small, dry, almost smile of a boy who had not been told but had arrived at the suspicion by himself. They went to London the next morning. Harry sat in the back of the night bus, which is what Hagrid had told him it would be called, and watched the hedgerows of the home counties whip past at speeds that ought to have left smoke and did not, because the underlight was being braided in a particular way around the wheels. Harry watched the braid. He filed the technique. The braiding was, the quiet man observed dryly, the same braiding a mystic would use to skip across a cushion of folded space for short hops, only with all the precision filed off and all the romance bolted on. Wizards loved romance, said the quiet man. Mystics loved precision. Wizards loved big public motion. Mystics loved no motion and an arrival. Wizards loved the idea of a hidden world. Mystics knew the world was not, in fact, hidden, the world was perfectly plain to anyone who had bothered to learn how to see it. You sound, said Harry inside his own head, slightly contemptuous. I am, said the quiet man. Why? Because, said the quiet man, with the small careful honesty he had begun to use only when he meant it, I once was one of them. Not these. They're American cousins. I wore a robe and waved a stick and I was certain, for a number of years, that the stick was the most important thing in the room. I was an arrogant young surgeon and then a more arrogant young mystic, and I have spent the rest of my life unlearning the latter arrogance because the former arrogance broke my hands. It is hard, said the quiet man, not to look at people doing what I once did and feel a small stab of pity. You are working on it. I am working on it. We will not be contemptuous of them, said Harry. We will not, said the quiet man. They are doing the work the way they were taught to do it. Most of them are doing it well. The ones who are doing it badly are not bad people. They are people taught badly. We will, said the quiet man, be useful and quiet, and we will not correct anyone unless asked, and even then we will be careful. They got off the night bus in front of a pub Harry had walked past 3 times in his life and never, until that morning, seen. The Leaky Cauldron. Hagrid put a hand on Harry's shoulder the size of a small ham, and the people inside the pub, who had been chatting quietly, stopped chatting. They turned. They looked. They saw Hagrid. They saw the boy under Hagrid's hand. They saw the scar on the boy's forehead. The pub became very still. A man in a stovepipe hat made a small choked noise. A wisp of a woman with a faded shawl bobbed a curtsy. The barman, a balding gentle-looking person named Tom whose name Harry learned later, leaned over the counter and whispered, in a voice meant to be private and audible to the whole room, "Bless my soul. Harry Potter. What an honor." Harry said, "Hello." The pub came forward in a small surge. Hands wanted to be shaken. Faces wanted to be remembered. Names came at him in a polite babble, Diggle, Doris, Doris's nephew, and Harry shook each hand once, looked each face in the eye once, and did not pretend to remember what he had not, in fact, remembered. He thanked Doris's nephew for the firm grip. He thanked the wisp of a woman for her good wishes. He did not, when a pale stuttering man at the back was introduced as Professor Quirrell, accept the proffered hand right away. The eye thrum went hot. The eye thrum went hot in a way it had never gone hot before. There was something behind Quirrell. There was something inside Quirrell, occupying the back of Quirrell's skull the way a man occupies a small spare bedroom in another man's house. The something was old and angry and knew that Harry knew it was there. Harry, who had been trained for 3 years not to let his face register what his interior register, did not let his face register. He took Quirrell's hand. It was clammy. He shook it once. He let it go. "Professor," he said, with the quiet courtesy of a man who had been a senior physician in a hospital where more than one patient had been a murderer, "thank you for the welcome. I look forward to your class." "P.P. pleased," said Quirrell, "to meet you, P. Potter." The thing behind Quirrell's skull said something to the quiet man inside Harry's chest. Harry did not hear it. The quiet man did. The quiet man, with great quietness, did not reply. When they had left the pub and Hagrid was tapping the bricks of the back wall in a sequence that opened, with the slow theatrical pleasure of a stage trick, into Diagon Alley, Harry said, quite low, "There is a man in him." "Yes," said the quiet man. "The same man. A piece of him." "Yes. He is here," said Harry, "and he is in a school where 11-year-olds are sent to live, and nobody knows." "Several people know," said the quiet man, "and have decided to use him as bait. We will be careful what fish we are." "What kind of fish are we?" The quiet man considered. Then, with the small dry humor that had become Harry's favorite of his moods, a kind that has its own teeth and does not, at the table, perform helplessness. Harry, who had begun to enjoy this kind of joke, walked into Diagon Alley with Hagrid and looked up at the leaning crowded stone and timber and gold-lettered chaos of it and thought, for the first time in a life that had so far been small, "Oh. I see. There is a world. I have been waiting for a world." Gringotts had the best architecture Harry had seen in person. Gringotts also had goblins, which Harry had been quietly looking forward to. He had been looking forward to goblins because Petunia's old encyclopedia had, in Volume 7, devoted 3 sentences to the European folkloric goblin, and the quiet man had supplied another 5 paragraphs from a memory Harry had decided not to examine. Goblins were, the quiet man indicated, an old people. Older than wizards. Older than most of what wizards thought of as old. Goblins remembered, the way mountains remember, which was to say they did not so much remember as continue. They had, in the world the quiet man had come from, had a parallel in a clan called the Vishanti Smiths, whose names Harry did not know and would not be told. They were proud. They were precise. They valued courtesy because courtesy was the first sign of a competent customer. Harry, at the great marble counter, bowed to the goblin on the other side. The goblin paused mid-motion. It was a small bow. A nod, more than a bow. The kind of nod one makes when one walks into a room one has not been invited into and intends to behave, regardless. The kind of nod, in fact, that the quiet man had once performed at a Tibetan threshold, 8 days into a Himalayan walk, in front of a man who had nearly thrown him out and who, after the nod, had not. The goblin, who had been about to say what the goblin always said something else. "Mr. Potter," said the goblin. "Sir," said Harry. "You wish to access your vault?" "Yes, please." "Your key." Hagrid, behind Harry, fumbled in his great coat and produced the small gold key the Dursleys had never been told existed. Hagrid also produced, with a great show of confidentiality, a letter from Albus Dumbledore directing the goblins to retrieve the contents of Vault 713. The goblin took both. The goblin turned the key in the light. The goblin looked at Harry. "Your other vaults," said the goblin, "you are not here to discuss today." "My other vaults," said Harry, who had not, an hour earlier, known he had any, "I would like to be told of by letter when it is convenient. I will not press the matter today." The goblin's expression did the smallest possible adjustment, the kind of adjustment a sculptor makes to a face that has been left for 1,000 years and which the sculptor has just decided is not, after all, finished. The goblin considered the boy. The goblin had been told, by every one of his cousins who had handled wizard children, that wizard children were a particular kind of irritation. The boy in front of him was not a particular kind of irritation. The boy in front of him was something else. "I will see it done, Mr. Potter," said the goblin. "By owl. To your school address." "Thank you, sir." The goblin's mouth made the smallest possible motion at one corner. It was not a smile. It was the structural precondition for the future possibility of a smile in a transaction not yet concluded. The goblin handed the key to a younger goblin and gestured Hagrid and Harry toward the carts. In the cart Hagrid, who had been silent since the bow, said, "I never seen em treat a wizard like that." "They are a courteous people," said Harry. Hagrid started, and then stopped, because Hagrid was a man who said what came into his head and what was about to come out of his head was a piece of stupidity Hagrid, on reflection, did not want to inflict on this boy. He said, instead, "They appreciate when you notice. Most don't notice." "I noticed," said Harry. "Yeah did," said Hagrid, and looked at Harry sidelong as the cart fell down a long curving track into the dark. In the great vault that Harry's parents had left him, under the careful non-comment of Hagrid and the receiving stare of the goblin who had ridden down with them, Harry stood for a moment looking at the heaped gold and silver and bronze with an expression the quiet man, watching from inside, recognized as gentle private grief. The money was not the thing. The money was a letter from the dead. He took, with a steady small hand, only as much as he calculated he would need for school and for a modest reserve, and he closed the door behind him. In the second vault, the small one, Vault 713, Hagrid retrieved a small grubby package that the quiet man, alone, looked at with a sharp interior lift of attention. "What is it?" asked Harry. "It is," said the quiet man slowly, as the cart hurtled back up to the surface, "a stone that should not be in a Hogwarts vault. We will find out later why it has been moved here. For now, do not mention it. Do not, particularly, mention it to Quirrell." "To the man in him," said Harry. "To the man in him," said the quiet man. "We are being set up for something." "Yes," said the quiet man. "We will allow it to set us up because we have seen the trap from far enough away to walk into it on our own terms." "I like that sentence," said Harry. "It is a useful sentence," said the quiet man. "We will say it to ourselves often." Madame Malkin's was full of the smell of fabric and pins. Harry stood on the stool and let the second shortest woman he had ever met measure his arms with brisk uncomplaining efficiency, and on the next stool another boy was being measured, a boy with a pale pointed face and a slick of pale blonde hair, and the boy looked at Harry with a frank assessing curiosity that Harry returned in the same currency. "Hello," said the boy. "Hogwarts, too?" "Yes," said Harry. "My father's next door buying my books. My mother's up the street looking at wands. I'm Draco Malfoy, by the way. Harry Potter." The boy, who had been chatting in a glossy untroubled fashion of a kind Harry had never personally produced, paused. The boy's face did three small things in succession: skepticism, then surprise, then a kind of swift social calibration Harry had read about, in passing, as the response of an inheriting child who has been informed mid-sentence that the table he is sitting at is more important than he had thought. "Oh," said Draco. "Well. Hello." "Hello again." Draco's eyes flicked, with the brief involuntary precision of an 11-year-old who had been tutored for it, to the scar. Harry, who had observed the flick and decided it was honest because it had been involuntary, said, "Yes. That one. I shouldn't, sorry. It is a fact about my face. Looking at it is not rude." Draco, who had not been spoken to in this register by another 11-year-old in his life, decided to like Harry Potter. The decision was visible. Harry could see it forming behind Draco's eyes the way one sees a cup being set down. The decision had inheritance attached. Draco would, if Harry let him, be Draco's friend in an exclusive way. Draco would offer Harry the small membership of his family. Draco would, in exchange, expect Harry to dislike whatever Draco's family disliked, which was, as Draco had been carefully informed by his father, a long and specific list. The quiet man, who had observed this configuration before in other lives, indicated the gentle flick of an interior eye that meant, "Be kind." He is a child. His father is not. "I will be kind," said Harry. He listened to Draco describe the merits of brooms and the demerits of certain other families and the necessary social texture of a school. Draco had been raised, since infancy, to consider his birthright. Harry asked good questions. He laughed once, briefly, at a small joke that was actually funny and not at any of the small jokes that were less funny because they were unkind. When Hagrid passed by the window with a great dripping ice cream in each hand and waved, Draco said, with a small reflexive sneer he had clearly been taught, "Who is that?" "That is Hagrid," said Harry. "He works at the school. He has been kind to me." "He's a sort of servant, isn't he?" "He is a colleague of the headmaster's," said Harry, "who has been kind to me. Forgive me, but I distinguish people by how they have treated me, not by how others have decided to rank them. I have only known you for 10 minutes, but you have been pleasant, and so I am being pleasant to you. Hagrid has been kind, and so I am being kind to him. If you wish me to be ungrateful to him in your company, I will not be. If you wish to keep meeting me, you will have to know that about me first." He said it without heat. He said it without judgment. He said it, the quiet man noted with a flicker of approval, as a courteous waiter informs a customer of a house policy. Draco's mouth opened. Draco's mouth closed. Draco did the swift social calibration again, this time with the slightly stunned look of an heir who has been politely told that the future Harry Potter is not quite the future Draco's father had been counting on. "All right," said Draco at last. I'll remember that. Thank you." Madame Malkin tied off Harry's hem. Harry climbed down. Draco, on his stool, said to Harry's back, "Maybe I'll see you on the train." "You will," said Harry. "Try the ham." He went out. He found Hagrid eating 2 ice creams at once. He took the smaller one with thanks. He did not, as they walked up the alley, look back at the window. He did not, the quiet man indicated, need to. The boy in the window had been spoken to honestly. What he would do with that, in a year or in 5, would be the boy's own decision. Harry's job was to make the offer once and not again, in the same voice each time, until the boy could hear it. "That is the only way to teach without injuring," said the quiet man. "I know," said Harry. "You did know," said the quiet man, in something close to sweetness. The bookshop was flourish and blots. Harry, who had been preparing himself for the bookshop the way he might have prepared himself for a tomb full of gold, was nevertheless, on entering, briefly silenced. He had read, in the cupboard, every book Aunt Petunia owned and several she had thrown out and 3 from the library before the librarian had reported him for being there too late. He had read with the stamina of a person who had nowhere else to be. He had become, by the age of 9, a competent if eccentric autodidact in the parts of the Encyclopedia Petunia had not censored. He had not, before that morning, ever stood in a room that was floor to ceiling, on every available wall, on every freestanding shelf, on every leaning aisle, books. The quiet man, who had once owned a library like this, was very quiet. Harry walked. He took the supply list and located, methodically, the textbooks for first year. He stacked them in a basket. He carried the basket. He visited, then, the section the supply list had not mentioned. He took, in the order the quiet man indicated by a faint warm pull behind his eyes, a small thick volume on the theory of sigil grammar, called Logic of the Sign, a slimmer one on warding called Concentric Defense, a heavy old one called Magical Theory, Principles, by an author whose first name was Adalbert, which the quiet man indicated would be useful chiefly as a window into how badly the local school taught fundamentals, a battered copy of Hogwarts, a history because the quiet man indicated cheerfully that they would need to know the floor plan in advance, and a small disreputable paperback called Curses and Counter-Curses that Harry plucked off the bottom shelf with 2 fingers because the quiet man indicated a taste for knowing what one's enemies had been taught. Hagrid, holding 3 books on dragons and humming under his breath, looked up. "Your list don't have all those, does it, Harry?" "It does not." "Yeah, sure. I am sure. The school teach ya the basics. The school will teach me what the school teaches. I would like to read what the school does not teach as well, because the school cannot teach everything, and I do not, in particular, intend to be ignorant where ignorance can be cured by a coin." Hagrid blinked at him for a moment, then chuckled, the deep kind of chuckle that started in the boots and rumbled up. "Yeri like your mum, that. She read everything. Tell me what she read." "Charms, mostly. Arithmancy. Anything with numbers." Harry filed this. He went to the counter. He paid. He carried his basket out into the alley beside Hagrid, and the basket was heavier than his arms, and he did not, on principle, ask for help. The quiet man, inside his chest, said, "Well chosen. Logic of the Sign is a poor textbook, but it has, on page 71, an accidental illustration of the conjunction of 3 elementary forms. We will make use of it. I noticed that page when I was choosing." "I know you did. I am pretending I taught you to." He smiled a little. He very rarely smiled in any way that touched his face. This one almost did. Ollivander's was lit by a single lamp. Harry stepped through the door and the door bell tinkled and the dust rose. He set the basket down. He stood with his hands at his sides. Mr. Ollivander, who had been somewhere in the back, came forward in the unhurried way of a man whose business is not, in fact, hurried. He was small and silver-haired and his eyes were, the quiet man noted with an interior nod of recognition, the eyes of a craftsman who had long ago stopped pretending to be merely a shopkeeper. "Mr. Potter," said Ollivander. "I wondered when I should be seeing you." He came around the counter. He measured Harry without measuring him, the tape measure floated at his elbow and made small precise jerks in the air, and Mr. Ollivander watched Harry rather than the tape, and Harry watched Mr. Ollivander, and they were, the quiet man indicated, 2 craftsmen taking each other's weight. 11 inches, murmured Ollivander, to no one in particular. He pulled boxes. He handed Harry a wand. Harry took it. The wand sat in his hand like a ruler. Ollivander watched. Harry handed it back. Ollivander pulled another. Harry took it. The wand sat in his hand like a colder ruler. Ollivander watched. Harry handed it back. Ollivander pulled another. They worked through 8 wands in this manner, and Ollivander's eyebrows climbed steadily up his forehead, and on the 9th wand Ollivander stopped, looked at Harry as if seeing him a second time, and walked, slowly, to the very back of the shop. He came back with a long thin box. He opened it. "Try," he said, "this one." Harry took the wand. The wand was 11 inches, holly, and a feather Harry would not, until later, learn was a phoenix's. The wand sat in his hand for half a second, took a careful inventory of his hand, and then warmed against his palm with the small surprised politeness of an instrument that has located, after a long shelf, a partner instead of a buyer. Light came out of the wand. Not a bang. A thin steady stream of pale gold, like the kind of light that comes through a high stained glass window in late afternoon, and it pooled at Harry's feet and dispersed, and Mr. Ollivander, very softly, said, "Ah." He did not say anything else for a moment. He took a step back. He looked at Harry with the careful focus of a man who has just been handed an antique he was not sure he had a frame for. "Curious," he said at last. "Curious. The phoenix whose tail feather is in your wand, Mr. Potter, gave another feather. Just one other. It is curious that you should be destined for this wand when its brother gave you that scar." Harry, who had reasoned as much from the first second the wand had warmed, said, "I see. It is curious." "Mr. Ollivander," said Harry, "may I ask you something?" "Yes." "Wands choose wizards." "Yes." "Yes. What does a wand choose, exactly? Is it the hand? Is it the lineage? Is it what the wizard knows? Is it what the wizard intends to do?" Ollivander looked at him for a long moment. "It is," said Ollivander slowly, "all of those. And one other thing for which I have never had a satisfactory word." "What is the unsatisfactory word?" "Resonance." "Thank you," said Harry. "Resonance is the right word." Ollivander's face did a complicated thing. It was not surprise. It was something closer to the recognition a teacher feels when an unannounced student arrives in his shop on a Tuesday already knowing the curriculum. Ollivander wrapped the wand. He did not, in his ordinary way, charge for it. He charged for it. He took the 7 galleons in silence. He closed the box with the careful punctuation of a man closing a sentence he had not intended to write. "Mr. Potter," he said, as Harry turned for the door, "I expect great things from you. The wizard whose wand is brother to yours did great things. Terrible. But great. I should be very interested to see what you do." Harry, at the door, with the small wand-shaped weight against his palm and the basket of books at his side and the quiet man very awake inside his chest, said, "I shall try, Mr. Ollivander, to do as little terrible as possible." Ollivander's eyes followed him out into the alley until the door closed. The quiet man, in the dust outside, said softly, "He saw us. He saw enough. He saw what we are. He did not see who." "That is the right amount," said Harry. "Let us go." That night, in the cupboard for the last time, Harry packed. He folded the school robes into the trunk Hagrid had bought him. He stacked the textbooks. He nestled the wand in a fold of cloth. He set the bent paperclip, which he had not used since he was 8 because the quiet man had insisted that they were not yet ready to use it casually, into a small inner pocket where it could not be felt. He took the shell from the windowsill. He took, from under the loose floorboard he had pried up at age 9, a small notebook in which he had recorded, in his own clear small hand, every sigil he had taught himself, with annotations. He sat in the dark for a moment with the cupboard door open, looking out into the dim hallway of the only house he had ever lived in. He thought about Petunia. He thought about Vernon. He thought about Dudley. No anger came up in him. He had decided long ago not to spend any on this house. Anger was the second cousin of pride, and the quiet man had been firm. The grief that arrived was small and clean. They had not been kinder. He noted it. The gratitude beside it was also small and clean. They had been adequate. He noted that, too. Behind both was a third thing for which he had not yet been issued a word, the disposition of a man who has finished a duty and is preparing to leave a place he will never miss but will, for the rest of his life, hold accountable for the shape he had taken in it. He stood. He closed the trunk. He carried it out into the hall. He set it by the front door. He went into the kitchen. Petunia was at the sink with her back to him, washing a dish that Harry knew from the rhythm of her hands had already been clean for several minutes. "Aunt Petunia," he said. She did not turn. "I will be on a train in the morning. I will write you. You may, if you like, throw the letters away unread. I would like the option of writing them anyway." She did not turn. "I am not my mother," he said. "I am not what they made of her. I am something else. I do not yet know what. I will tell you, when I know." The dish, in her hands, stopped moving. "Don't write," she said, in a voice low enough that he had to lean in to catch it. "If you write, I'll have to read them. And then her shoulders moved, in that complicated maneuver he had first noted at age 4. "Don't write." "All right. She said, and then said no more for several seconds, and then said, in a voice so low it was almost a thought, "Be careful. They killed her. They will try to kill you. I know." She nodded at the sink. She did not turn. He did not move. After a moment he said, very quietly, "Thank you for the food." He went out. He did not see her face. The face she made, after the front door had closed, was a face Harry would have recognized from the long catalogue of faces he had watched her not make, and he would have, on recognizing it, allowed himself one moment of compassion that even Stephen Strange in his worst arrogance had never refused a person who had, however badly, kept a child alive. In the hallway he picked up his trunk. He went out into the dawn. The night bus, as Hagrid had told him it would, came around the corner with a bang and stopped 6 inches from his shoes. Harry, 11 years old and 1 month, with a trunk full of books and a wand and a paperclip and a shell and a notebook of sigils and a man inside him who had once been Sorcerer Supreme of the 616 multiverse and had now agreed, with what had become a quiet love, to be a small thin orphan's tutor for a few more years, climbed aboard. Behind him on Privet Drive, Mrs. Figg's cat watched the bus until it went, and then turned and walked, slowly, with great deliberation, in the direction of Mrs. Figg's house, where there was, on Mrs. Figg's kitchen table, an unfinished letter that would now, finally, have to be finished. Chapter 2 End. Chapter 3, The Sorting and the Staff. The wall between platforms 9 and 10 was a wall. Harry, standing in front of it with a luggage trolley and a battered owl, could see, under the underlight, with the barest small adjustment of his second sight, the faint vertical seam where the wall stopped being a wall. The seam ran from floor to ceiling and the seam was the color of warm bronze, and the seam was, the quiet man indicated, a perfectly competent local grammar concealment, the kind a mystic would consider a beginner's first weave but a wizard would find, on his honeymoon, sufficient. The trick, said the quiet man, with a small dry interior pleasure, was to walk through it without thinking about it. Wizards love drama. The dramatic part of walking through this wall was being told, in advance, that one would walk through it. Once one had been told, one would close one's eyes and run, because closing one's eyes was the only way to stop the dramatic mind from interfering. A mystic would not close one's eyes. A mystic would simply walk. Harry walked. He went through the wall the way he might have gone through a curtain. The brick gave him no resistance because he had asked it for none, and on the other side the platform of King's Cross opened up in a great bustle of steam and family and a scarlet engine, and Harry, who had not, in fact, closed his eyes, stood there for 2 seconds blinking against the brighter air and then pushed his trolley along the platform until he found a compartment that was empty. He levered his trunk into the rack with arms that had become, over the past 3 years, the arms of a small thin boy who could lift more than the boy looked like he could. He set the owl on the seat in the cage. He opened a book. He sat. He read the first page of the Adalbert Waffling. The Adalbert Waffling was, the quiet man indicated with the bored politeness of a man being asked to admire a child's drawing, exactly as bad as he had said it would be. Useful for floor plans. Useful for diagnostics. Useless as theory. We will read it once, said the quiet man, and then we will not return to it. The compartment door slid open. A tall thin red-haired boy of approximately Harry's age leaned in and said, with the mild reflexive courtesy of a child raised in a large household, "Can I sit? Everywhere else is full." "Of course," said Harry. The red-haired boy heaved his own trunk into the rack. He sat across from Harry. He looked at Harry. He looked, as Harry's hair had fallen aside, at the scar. He did not, to his credit, gasp. "Bloody hell," he said quietly. "You're him. You're really him." "I am Harry. I do not, generally, like the other word." "What is your name?" "Ron Weasley." "Hello, Ron." "Hello." Ron, who was clearly composing several questions at once and trying to suppress them in the order of decreasing rudeness, settled for one. "Have you really got, yes. You can look. I will not pretend to enjoy it, but it is on my face and I have decided that other people looking at it is not, on average, the worst thing about it." Ron looked. Ron, whose freckles were doing something complicated under the strain of trying to look polite while looking at a scar, settled into looking and then settling back, the way a person looks at a portrait once and then commits to looking at the person in front of him instead. "Sorry," he said. "Nothing to be sorry for. My brothers said you were, well, I dunno what they said, really, they're prats, they said you were probably a midget with a forked tongue. I had a bet with myself. I lost the bet." "What did you bet?" "That you'd be normal." Harry, who had not been called normal in his entire life and was, on receipt of the word, briefly amused, "I am sorry I have failed your bet." "You haven't, though. You're being normal. Only 2 minutes in and you've already been normal 4 times. "I have been counting back," said Harry, "and I think one of those was in fact rude. I apologize." Ron blinked. Then Ron grinned, and it was a wide easy grin Harry had not, until that moment, encountered in another child, and Harry, after a moment, returned a smaller version of the grin which was the kind of smile his face had not, in 11 years of practice, much had occasion to make. The quiet man, inside Harry's chest, said gently, "Do not analyze him. Just, let him be a friend. You have not had one. This will be a friend." "I know," said Harry. "You did not learn that one from me," said the quiet man, in the small dry tone he had begun to use only when he meant to be very gentle. "You came in with that one yourself." Harry, briefly, did not know how to reply. He set the Adalbert Waffling down. He pulled out the small bag of sandwiches Mrs. Figg had pressed into his hands at the door of the night bus, untied the cloth, and offered Ron one. Ron looked at the sandwich. Ron looked at his own crumpled paper bag of corned beef sandwiches. Ron, who was a Weasley and therefore knew the precise calculus of charity between boys, hesitated for the right amount of time and then took the sandwich, and offered, in return, a corned beef one. They ate. The train began, with great hissing, to move. A trolley came past. Ron's ears went pink. Harry, who had not until that morning had any money he did not have to account for to Petunia, bought a great many things he did not recognize and dumped them on the seat between them, and Ron, after a polite struggle of a length appropriate to his upbringing, accepted half. They ate chocolate frogs and Bertie Bott's and a thing called a pumpkin pasty that Harry decided, on the second bite, to make a habit of. Ron explained the frogs. Harry filed the cards. Ron explained the beans. Harry, by the third bean, declined to file them. You don't talk like a kid, said Ron, halfway through a frog. Sorry. No, it's all right. Never mind, I just noticed. My dad talks like that, sometimes. Like he's being careful with the words because he doesn't want to break them. That is a lovely description of your father. Cheers. The compartment door slid open. A girl with a great deal of brown hair and the brisk no-nonsense bearing of someone who had decided, in advance of her own arrival, to be useful in the world stood in the doorway in school robes she had already put on. Has anyone seen a toad? A boy named Neville's lost one. She paused. She looked at Harry. She looked at Harry again. Oh. Are you, actually, yes, said Harry, before she could finish either of the sentences she was choosing between. I'm Hermione Granger, by the way. Are you really Harry Potter? I've read all about you in modern magical history and the rise and fall of the dark arts and great wizarding events of the 20th century. Most of those got me wrong, I imagine, said Harry, gently. She paused. The pause was short. She nodded, the very firm nod of a girl who had been hoping someone would say exactly that and had not, until now, dared. Yes, she said. I thought several of the details were inconsistent with each other. There are at least two versions of the night your parents, well, and they cannot both be right. Probably neither is right, said Harry. I have notes. If you ever want to see them. I would very much like to see them, Miss Granger. Hermione. Hermione. She blinked. She had, like Ron, expected something else. She had, having braced for disappointment, been disarmed by the small honest courtesy of a boy who had asked to see her notes. She sat, briefly, on the edge of the seat across from Harry, and conducted, with brisk efficient terror, the conversation she had practiced in her head since June. What house do you think you'll be in? I've been reading about the houses, of course, and I really hope I'm in Gryffindor, although Ravenclaw sounds fine too, but, I have not decided, said Harry. Decided? The houses, as I understand them, are decided by a hat. Yes, but, and the hat, as I understand it, takes into account the wishes of the wearer. Well, in some accounts, but, I will, when I am wearing it, decide. I have not yet decided. She stared at him. She had not, in any of her reading, encountered an account of Hogwarts in which an 11-year-old considered the sorting an act of personal will. She filed this. Her filing was visible. Harry, who had begun to like her on a delay of 90 seconds, said, I will look at your notes after the feast. If you like. Yes. Yes. And I would be glad to be friends with you, Hermione. She left the compartment in the brisk way of someone who had, mid-conversation, discovered that her original errand had completely lost its urgency and was now relying on it to escape the compartment with her composure intact. Ron, who had watched the exchange with the bemused tolerance of a boy who had only just become the second most interesting person in a room and was discovering he did not, particularly, mind, said, Are you mental? You just signed up to be friends with that. That, said Harry, will be the cleverest witch in our year. She will be a great help to us. She will also, if we are good to her, become someone neither of us has, perhaps, met before, which is a friend who is smarter than us and likes us anyway. You've planned this. Of course I have planned this. Bloody hell. Ron. What? You will be in this plan as well. Ron, who had not been in any plans before, said, All right. The sorting hat was old. Older than Hogwarts. Older than wizard tailoring. Older than most artifacts the quiet man had had occasion to handle in his other life, and he had handled an unusual number. When it came down on Harry's head, it did not, immediately, speak. The hat was thinking. Harry could perceive the thinking. The hat was tracing, with the small surprised attention of an experienced reader, the layered geometry of the boy beneath it. The hat, the quiet man had explained on the carriage ride up, was a sentient enchantment with a remarkable capacity for self-correction. It had been trying for 1,000 years to do its job correctly. It was, by now, very good at it. It was about to attempt to do it on a problem it had never met before. "Well," said the hat at last, into Harry's ear. "Hello," said Harry politely, into the hat's mind. "You are very polite." "Thank you. That is not, by itself, a house." "No. You are also a great many things at once. I have been on heads of unusual complication. None of them have been so consistently more than one thing." "I know." "You know." "Yes. Tell me what you are. Quickly, or we will be here all night." Harry, on the stool, with the eyes of the great hall on him, considered. He had thought about this on the train. He had thought about it with the quiet man, who had counseled honesty. "I am a boy," he said. "I am also a man older than the boy. The man came to live in the boy when the boy was very small. The man has agreed to teach the boy. The boy has agreed to learn. We are not, the man and I, separate. We have agreed to be one thing. I do not know yet what one thing we are. That," said the hat slowly, "is not a problem I have had set to me before. I am sorry. Do not be sorry. I am old and I become bored. Where would you like to go?" "That is a generous question. It is the only question I am paid to ask. I am paid in 1,000 years of cake icing, which does, on review, arrive on me regardless of whether I make a good sorting or a bad one. Where, Harry Potter, would you like to go?" "I would like to go where I will be best held to account." The hat, in the dark of his head, did the closest thing it could do to sit back on its haunches. "Held to account. I am," said Harry, "going to be powerful. I will, if not held to account, become someone the man inside me has been trying for 40 years not to be again. The man inside me would prefer that I be among people who will notice when I begin to walk back into his old mistakes. Slytherin will not notice. Slytherin will reward those mistakes. Ravenclaw will admire them. Hufflepuff will not see them. Gryffindor will, I think, notice. Gryffindor will be irritated by them. Gryffindor will, at the right moment, hit me on the back of the head with a book. Gryffindor seems, to me, the right answer. You have thought a great deal about this." "I have been thinking about it since I was 4. Hm. The hat sat. The hat thought. "Be careful," said the hat at last, in a register Harry did not, then or later, hear it used to anyone else, "what you have already become." "I will. And mind your old man. He minds himself. So I have noticed." The hat, then, in a voice that boomed across the great hall and unfroze every pair of waiting eyes upon him, called out, "Gryffindor." Harry took the hat off. He set it down on the stool. He nodded once to McGonagall, who had been watching the protracted sorting with an expression that was as close to startled as McGonagall's face permitted. He walked, in a small steady way, across the hall to the table that had erupted in cheers. Ron, already there from his sorting 2 minutes earlier, beat a great empty space on the bench beside him with both hands. Harry sat. Ron threw an arm around his shoulders the way Ron had clearly been planning to since the train, and Harry, who had not been physically embraced by another child in a manner that was not a punch in 11 years, allowed it with the small settled stillness of a man who had decided to allow it and would, in due course, remember how to return it. Up at the high table, Albus Dumbledore, who had been watching the sorting with the calm face of a man enjoying the pageant, was no longer wearing the calm face of a man enjoying a pageant. The twinkle in his eye had dimmed. The dimming had a very particular shape. The dimming had the shape of an old wizard who had recognized something in the underlight he had not, in 80-odd years, expected to recognize on the head of an 11-year-old. He looked at McGonagall. McGonagall, holding her scroll, looked at him. They did not speak. They did not need to. Dumbledore, who had been planning a speech about pumpkin juice, gave the speech about pumpkin juice. Dumbledore, who had then been planning to enjoy his treacle tart, did, in fact, enjoy his treacle tart. Dumbledore, who had then been planning to retire to bed early, did not retire to bed early. He went, instead, to his office, and he sat in his chair, and he looked at the perches of his sleeping phoenix and he said, aloud, in the empty room, Fawkes. There is something in him that is not quite his. We shall have to be careful with him. Fawkes, half asleep, made a small low note. Dumbledore had not heard from Fawkes in many years, and Dumbledore did not attempt to interpret it, because the interpretation would have required him to admit a thing he was not yet ready, in May of his 81st year, to admit. The Gryffindor common room was warm and red. Harry, who had been delivered to it by a prefect in the nominal company of half a dozen other first-years he had not yet sorted out by name, stood for a moment in front of the great fireplace and let the warmth settle on his skin. The room was loud with introductions and the small jostling for chairs and the great relieved racket of children who had spent the day in formal robes and were now, in the same robes, behaving as children. A boy named Dean Thomas was attempting to teach a boy named Seamus Finnegan a complicated handshake. Hermione, having spotted Harry, had crossed the room in 3 brisk steps and was in the act of announcing that she had located the rule against using magic in corridors. It is on page 63, she said. Hermione, said Harry, before you tell me what it says, may I ask you a question? Yes. What did you read on the way up here? Hogwarts, a history, she said, in the tone of a person who had not been asked this question in any of the rehearsals she had run in her head and was discovering she had a great deal to say about the answer. Anne, what did you read on top of Hogwarts, a history? How do you mean? You have been reading, said Harry, with a hunger I recognize. I read the same way for similar reasons. The reasons are not, I think, your fault. I am asking what you put on top of it. The book that has been on top of the assigned books. The book you would not, if asked by your parents, have said you were reading. Hermione, in the firelight of the Gryffindor common room, looked at Harry the way she had looked at him on the train, with the expression of a person who has just been told a sentence she had been waiting to hear without knowing she had been waiting. Then, very quietly, in an undertone, Ron, 2 seats over, did not catch, Ancient Runes for Beginners. Have you brought it? It is in my trunk. Bring it down. Please. After the housemaster is done with us. I will show you something. She nodded. She nodded fast. She did not, in the moment, ask what he was going to show her, because she had decided to trust him, and the decision, the quiet man indicated quietly inside Harry's chest, would be one of the great structural facts of her life. Be very gentle with that trust, said the quiet man. Yes, said Harry. I know. She is not Christine, said the quiet man, with a softness Harry had never heard in him. But she is, that kind of person. I will take care. I know you will. When the housemaster, who turned out to be McGonagall herself, had given them their lecture and assigned dormitories, and the gaggle of boys had thumped up the staircase to find their beds, and Harry had set his trunk at the foot of the 4-poster he had been allotted, he came back down to the common room with a small notebook in his hand and a fingertip black with practice ink. Hermione was waiting in front of the fire with Ancient Runes for Beginners on her lap and her finger on a page. He sat down across from her. He opened his notebook. He turned it. He set it on the table between them. Hermione, who had spent the summer learning the Elder Futhark in alphabetical order and had been planning, on the train, to mention this to as many people as would listen, looked at the page Harry had opened, and the page Harry had opened did not contain the Elder Futhark. The page Harry had opened contained 8 precise small geometric figures of the kind Hermione had been seeing at the corner of her eye in odd shop signs all over Diagon Alley, and which she had assumed, in passing, were decoration. Oh, she said. They are not decoration. I gathered. Look at this one. He pointed to a small spiral. What does it do? It is a sigil of perception. It allows the practitioner, very briefly, to see whether other people are wearing sigils. Like this one. He pointed to another, tighter, with two small intersecting arcs. This is a small ward of warning. I have one drawn on my wrist now. He turned his hand. The skin of his wrist was bare to her, and Hermione had to lean very close before she could see the small precise mark he had inked at the base of his thumb that morning. The mark was the size of a freckle. It was perfectly round. It hummed, very faintly, at the level of perception the quiet man had taught him to call ear-deep. She stared. She stared for a long time. Her face, in the firelight, was not the face of a girl who had been disappointed, which was the face Hermione had carried with her through 11 years of being told she was odd. Her face was the face of a girl who had been waiting all her life to see something she could not, until that moment, have named. Where did you learn this? From a man who lives in my chest. Harry. I am being honest. I am also being incomplete, because the rest of the answer is long. I will give you the rest of the answer in pieces, as we go, if you are patient. Will you be patient? Yes. Will you tell anyone else about it without my consent? No. Will you also not tell anyone, in particular, about the mark on my wrist? No. Then I would like, if you are willing, to teach you. She looked at him. She looked at him for a long moment in the firelight of the Gryffindor common room on the first night of school. She had been told, by both her parents and several adults along the way, that she was going to a school where things would, at last, make sense. The school was full of children laughing at handshakes and a portrait of a fat lady singing bodily in the next corridor. Nothing yet had made sense. Nothing yet, on the timetable for tomorrow, looked like it was going to. Yes, she said. Harry, in the firelight, almost smiled. The quiet man, in his chest, closed his eyes for a moment and remembered another fire, a fire in another dimension, a fire across which a woman with a sharp jaw and a sharper laugh had once said yes to him in much the same way, and the quiet man opened his eyes and resolved, with the small private ferocity of a man who had buried a great deal already, that this small thin orphan boy who had agreed to carry him forward would not, on his watch, fail this Hermione the way Stephen Strange had once failed his Christine. We will teach her well, said the quiet man. We will, said Harry. McGonagall's first Transfiguration class was at 9 on Tuesday morning. Harry sat in the third row with Ron on one side and Hermione on the other and listened, with the unbroken polite attention he had been training in himself for years, to McGonagall's introductory lecture. The lecture was excellent. It was crisp, it was clear, it was scaled to the audience. McGonagall was, the quiet man indicated with the small private nod he had begun to reserve for adults. The quiet man genuinely approved of, a competent teacher. The exercise was a matchstick. Turn the match into a needle. Hermione's match grew silvery and pointed at one end. Hermione looked, on the whole, pleased. Ron's match did nothing. Harry's match, when he laid his finger on it and said the word, grew silvery, grew pointed at one end, kept going, became too needle-like for a needle, slimmed itself, sharpened itself, lengthened, then split itself into 9. The 9 arrayed themselves in a small precise 8-pointed star with one needle in the center, and the star, the quiet man indicated quietly inside Harry's chest, was the Janus seal of perception, perfectly executed, in steel, on a desk in Scotland. Harry, who had been concentrating on the matchstick and not on the sigil, looked down at the desk and went, very briefly, still. McGonagall, who had been making her rounds and was 3 desks away, came over. She looked at the star. She looked at Harry. She looked at the star again. Mr. Potter, she said, in the level Scottish voice that he would, in the 7 years to come, learn to fear and respect and finally love. Where did you learn to make that figure? I did not, Professor. You did not. My hand made it. I was instructed to make a needle. I made the needle. Then, I think, my hand continued. Your hand. I have an old habit, said Harry, of drawing patterns I do not, technically, know. And this is a habit you have had, since I was 4, Professor. McGonagall, who had been head of Gryffindor for 30-odd years and had thought there was no remaining variant of new student behavior that could surprise her, was briefly silent. Her eyes, on Harry, were the eyes of a competent woman recalibrating. She now realized, undercounted her unknowns. Mr. Potter. You will, after this class, accompany me to my office for a brief conversation. Yes, Professor. She turned. She continued her rounds. Hermione, at his elbow, had her hand pressed flat over her mouth so as not to laugh, or perhaps so as not to gasp, or perhaps both. Ron, at his other elbow, had given up on his match and was staring at the steel star with an open frankness that was, in its way, the highest compliment Ron Weasley was capable of paying. Bloody hell, mate. Yes. You did that on purpose. I did it on accident. Then bloody hell. Hermione, very quietly, in a register only Harry could hear, it is a sigil. It is. From your notebook. Yes. You drew it in steel. Yes. In transfiguration. Yes. Harry. Hermione. This is going to be a very interesting 7 years. I know, said Harry, who had been preparing for this for 3 of them. In McGonagall's office, with the door shut, Harry told McGonagall, with the small precise honesty that was now his only mode, only as much of the truth as McGonagall was, in his estimation, ready to handle. He told her that he had been, since early childhood, drawing geometric figures he did not know the source of. He told her that the figures had begun to do things. He told her that the doing of things had become, over the past 3 years, more reliable. He did not, by any indication of voice or face, let on that the figures were anything but his own private peculiarity, and he asked her, with great courtesy, to allow him to study them as a private project alongside his coursework. McGonagall, behind her desk, listened with the grave still attention of a woman who had handled, in her career, a great many odd children and had begun to suspect that this was not, in the ordinary sense, an odd child. When he had finished she said, Mr. Potter. I do not like secrets in my house. I know, Professor. Neither do I. I am offering you the only secret I can presently afford to offer, which is the existence of a project. I am not, today, in a position to offer the contents. And when will you be in such a position? When I am sure I will not be killed for them. You have, I imagine, some idea who would, given the chance, kill me. I am not yet sure which adults I can trust with a thing this dangerous. I am sure I can trust you with the existence of the project. I will tell you the contents the moment I have decided who else can be told. She looked at him for a long time. Mr. Potter, you are 11. I am, Professor. You speak like a man. I have been speaking this way since I was 8. It has been remarked on. I do not, particularly, know how to change it. I would rather speak this way, with respect, than speak as I think I am supposed to speak, without it. McGonagall, behind her desk, did the smallest possible thing with her mouth. The smallest possible thing was, on McGonagall's mouth, the equivalent of laughter on another woman's. She nodded. She made a small note on her ledger. She said, you will report to me, by week, on the project. I do not require contents. I require dates. So that I may say, when asked, that I am keeping my head of house's eye on you. Do you understand? Yes, Professor. You may go. He went. In the corridor, with the door shut behind him, he walked for several yards before he allowed his shoulders to come down a fraction of a degree. The quiet man, in his chest, said, well played. She is excellent. She is. She will, said the quiet man, be one of the people we trust first. Yes. Snape, said the quiet man, with the small dry tone of a man laying out the morning's appointments, will not be one of them. I had assumed, said Harry. You will need to handle him with great care. He is not what he appears. He will hate you on sight, for reasons that have nothing to do with you. We will allow him the hatred and we will not, ever, give him the satisfaction of seeing it land. That is going to be a long lesson in not cultivating pride, said Harry. It is, said the quiet man, the longest. We will start tomorrow, in his classroom, at 1 in the afternoon. Snape's potions classroom was in the dungeons. Harry, who had been informed by the quiet man on the staircase down that the next 40 minutes were going to be the most useful hostile environment he would ever spend a Tuesday afternoon in, walked into the cold low room and took a seat at the back beside Hermione, who had her cauldron and her textbook and her quill arrayed in a perfect right angle. Ron, who had been delayed by an unsuccessful negotiation with a pumpkin pasty, slid in at the last possible second. Snape entered the room without entering the room. Snape arrived. The arrival had the quality of a drop in temperature. He swept along the front of the room and turned at the lectern in a single uninterrupted motion that Harry, who had spent 3 years studying the way the underlight braided around bodies in motion, observed with a small flicker of professional admiration. The man, whatever else he was, had an unusual physical economy. He took the register. He paused at Harry's name. Harry Potter, murmured Snape, in a voice pitched precisely to be heard. Our new celebrity. The class, which had been settling, became very still. Harry, in the back, set down his quill. Yes, Professor. Tell me, Mr. Potter. What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? The draught of living death, Professor. The class shifted. Snape did not. Where, said Snape, in the same low voice, would you look if I asked you to find me a bezoar? In the stomach of a goat. Or, in this room, in the third drawer of the second cabinet on the left wall, second jar, behind the pickled eels. There is also one in your desk drawer, top right, in a small velvet pouch. The class, behind Harry, had stopped breathing. Snape, at the lectern, had stopped moving. Snape, in fact, in a way Harry watched with the calm of a man who had been raised to read the weather, had become very deliberately motionless. And how, said Snape, in a voice that had dropped half an octave, do you know that, Potter? I read ahead, Professor. I also have a habit, which I cannot break, of cataloguing the contents of any room I enter. I noticed the cabinet on the way in. The drawer was an inference. An inference. Yes, Professor. You wear a small chain at your throat. The chain leads, under your collar, to a pouch that is not in your pocket because you are sitting and your pocket would be a poor place. The pouch is in your desk because the desk is the only secure container in the room you cannot be more than 3 feet from while you teach. The pouch is in the top right drawer because you are right-handed and you reach for it without looking. I have not seen you reach for it. I have inferred that you have. I apologize if I have been overly familiar in my inference. The classroom was so quiet that the candles, in the wall sconces, were audible. Snape looked at Harry. Snape looked at Harry for the precise span of 3 breaths Harry counted. Snape's face, the quiet man indicated quietly, was doing several things at once, and the dominant thing was not, as Harry had expected, fury. The dominant thing was, recognition. Snape had, in that small handful of seconds, recognized something in Harry he had not expected to find, and the recognition was making him afraid in a way he had not been afraid in 15 years. Sit down, Mr. Potter, said Snape, although Harry was already sitting down. Yes, Professor. You will not, in this classroom, infer about me again. No, Professor. You will, though, take 5 points for that absurdly correct first answer. The class breathed. Hermione, very softly, beside him, Harry. 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 It is all right, said Harry, under his breath. I have made an enemy who will not waste his hatred. We will get through it. Snape, at the lectern, having recovered his composure with the great practiced economy of a man who had been recovering his composure his whole life, swept his cloak and began the lesson on the standard ingredients of a boil cure potion. Harry took notes. Hermione took notes. Ron, rather impressively, took notes. They did not, any of them, finish the boil cure potion in that lesson, because Snape's lesson was, in the assessment of the quiet man, the lesson of a man who had decided to teach with cruelty and was unusually competent at it. The competence, said the quiet man, was the part to admire. The cruelty was the part to refuse to be moved by. Yes, said Harry. He will not be a friend, said the quiet man. He may be more useful than a friend. Yes. He has, said Harry, the shape of a man who is in the wrong story by his own choice. We will be patient with him. We will, said the quiet man. The patience will be, on most days, the hardest of the 4 virtues. Today is the first day of it. That night Harry went out of his body for 2 hours and read, in the restricted section of the Hogwarts library, in the thin pure form of light that no Hogwarts ward had yet been built to detect because no Hogwarts ward had yet been built by anyone who knew what Astral really looked like. He read, in those 2 hours, the index of every shelf, the spine of every book, and the first paragraph of 3. He filed the contents. He did not, at any point, touch a page. The Astral could read but not turn. He came back to his body before dawn and slept 3 hours and woke as fresh as if he had slept 8, and in the great stone quiet of the dormitory the 4 other boys breathed, and the wind in the windows breathed, and the castle, around them, breathed in the long slow way of a thing that was older than every breathing thing inside it. Harry, on his pillow, listened to the breathing for a long time. He thought, I am at home. The thought was quiet. The thought was clean. The thought was true, in a way no thought he had ever had on Privet Drive had been. The quiet man, in his chest, said softly, yes. Harry slept a second hour. The dawn came up over the lake. Chapter 3 End. Chapter 4, The Mirror and the Stone. Harry's first term passed in a series of orderly small revelations. He learned, in charms, that the Latin syllables Professor Flitwick was so insistent on were not the spell. The spell was the intention. The Latin was a small mnemonic for the intention, a kind of training wheels grammar, useful for children who had not yet learned to think in shapes. Harry could think in shapes. Harry could pronounce the Latin in the order Flitwick wanted, perform the wand motion in the order Flitwick wanted, and produce, on every attempt, a charm that was about 30% more efficient than anyone else's, because his intention was carrying 90% of the load and the Latin was carrying 10. Flitwick noticed by the 3rd lesson. Flitwick was a kind man and an excellent teacher, and Flitwick, after class, asked Harry quietly, Mr. Potter, are you intending without realizing it? I am intending on purpose, Professor. Where did you learn to do that? I have been intending things for as long as I can remember. Flitwick had looked at him for a long moment, then had nodded, and had said, in a voice that was careful with the words, be careful, Mr. Potter. Intention is the most expensive form of magic. It costs the person doing it. The Latin is there to take some of the cost. Use the Latin sometimes, even when you do not need it. Out of kindness to yourself. Yes, Professor. The quiet man, on the way out, had said quietly, that man is competent. We will trust him second. After McGonagall. After McGonagall. Harry filed Flitwick under second trust. He went to lunch. He ate steak and kidney pie with Ron and Hermione, and he watched, across the great hall, the way Quirrell's turban tilted when Snape sat too close to it, and he made a small private inventory of the ways the underlight bent around Quirrell's shoulders, and he did not, by any sign in his face, indicate that the inventory was being kept. By Halloween, Hermione was learning sigils. She had taken to them the way she took to everything, with a list, a schedule, a notebook of her own, and a brisk impatient determination to do them correctly the first time. She was, in Harry's professional estimation, going to be very good at them. She was already, at the end of October, capable of producing a sigil of perception that pinged the underlight, and a sigil of small warding that hummed at ear deep for about 15 minutes before fading, and a sigil of basic gravity correction that would, theoretically, prevent her from falling off a broom if she were ever to mount one, which she had stated, very firmly, she was not going to do. Ron, who had asked once if he could try, and had attempted to draw a sigil of perception which had not, on his palm, done anything except look like a doodle, had decided cheerfully that he would not be a sigil drawer and would instead be the person who reminded Hermione to eat lunch. He took to the role with a competence that surprised everyone, including Ron. Hermione, presented with sandwiches at the right times by a boy who had, on his own initiative, learned that her brain shut down if her blood sugar dropped, decided to like Ron a great deal more than she had originally been planning to. The three of them had become, by mid-October, a unit. The unit had been observed by the rest of Gryffindor and not commented on, because Gryffindor in the year of these particular first years had been bracing itself for some kind of Harry Potter-related social upheaval, and the upheaval had failed to arrive. Harry was unfailingly polite. Harry was helpful in class. Harry did not, at any point, attempt to be the leader of anything. He was a small thin pale boy with green eyes and an unusually careful way of folding a napkin, and he was already, in the small undeclared currency of children's regard, a fixed point. The Halloween feast was set for that evening. The Halloween feast was, the quiet man indicated quietly inside Harry's chest, the night Hermione had been crying in a girl's bathroom on the second floor when something vile had broken into the school. We will not, today, be allowing that. You wish to alter the original sequence. I wish to allow her to keep her composure tonight, said the quiet man. She is a child. She has been holding herself in place for 2 months alone in her year. We will save her the bathroom and the troll. We will save the troll, separately, the trouble of being killed. How? Watch. At the breakfast table, Harry, who had been turning a piece of toast in his fingers and listening to Ron explain why fried tomato was the only real tomato, set the toast down and said, Hermione. What? You have been brilliant this week. She looked at him. She looked at him with the hard sudden attention of a girl who had spent 11 years being told by other children she was not brilliant, she was insufferable. What? You were brilliant in Transfiguration on Monday. You were brilliant in Charms on Wednesday. You were brilliant in the corridor yesterday when you corrected Ron's pronunciation. You have been brilliant every day this term, in fact. I do not know if anyone has said it to you out loud. I am saying it to you out loud. Thank you for being brilliant. It has made my mornings. Hermione stared at him for a long second. Hermione's face did something complicated, something she had been holding in for some time, and she said, in a voice that was higher than she had meant, oh. Then she said, thank you. Then she said, very quickly, I have to, there is a thing I will see you in Charms, and she got up and left the great hall in the brisk way of a girl who had not, in 11 years, had a sentence land that hard and was going to have a small private moment about it in a corridor. Ron watched her go. Ron looked at Harry. Ron said, you did that on purpose. I did. Why? Because she has been waiting, and because the wait has cost her, and because I would like her to come to the feast tonight in good spirits. I would also like her not to be in any bathroom at any point this evening. You will be sitting next to her at the feast, Ron, and you will keep her in a chair until at least the soup. All right. Ron, who was beginning, slowly, to recognize that being friends with Harry sometimes involved being given specific orders about chairs, did not ask why. And what will you be doing? I will be at the high table, briefly, after the desserts, having a small conversation with Professor Quirrell. Quirrell stutters. He does. We will not discuss the stuttering. Mate, you are an odd one. Ron. What? Stay with her. I will. The quiet man, in his chest, said, well played. We will, this term, be saving small lives in small ways and not being seen to do it. The pattern is the practice. Yes, said Harry. The troll arrived at the feast at the time the quiet man had warned Harry about, and Harry, on a small prearranged signal Hermione did not know about and Ron did, slipped from the Gryffindor table during the great roar of confusion and went, at a controlled trot, in the direction of a corridor on the second floor that, the quiet man indicated, had been empty in the first telling. The troll was lumbering through the corridor swinging its club. Harry, from a side door, watched it for 3 seconds. He drew, on his palm with the wand he had been carrying inside his sleeve, a sigil of containment. He pointed his palm at the floor in front of the troll's feet. The corridor compressed around the troll. The compression was small. The compression was elegant. The compression turned the available 6 feet of corridor in front of the troll into a 36-foot deep cushion of folded space, and the troll, taking another step, walked into a corridor that did not, locally, end. The troll walked. The troll walked further. The troll, after a length of time that the troll had no clock to measure, sat down, because the troll had become tired of walking, and the floor, where the troll sat, was soft and cool and the corridor was, for the first time in the troll's life, quiet. The troll, over the next 40 minutes, while the staff argued upstairs about evacuation protocols, slept. Harry, in the side door, released the sigil. The corridor uncompressed. The troll, suddenly back in a normal corridor, was asleep on the floor between 2 suits of armor. Harry, from his vantage, considered the troll. The troll was not a pleasant thing. The troll had been brought here by something else, and the something else, the quiet man indicated, was the man behind Quirrell. "We could kill it," said the quiet man neutrally. "We could. It is, technically, a creature. It is. But," said the quiet man. "But." Harry, who had spent some time thinking about this in advance, walked over to the troll. He laid a small hand on the troll's leathery wrist. He drew, with 2 fingers, on the troll's skin, the small precise sigil he had been working on for a year, the one he and the quiet man had been calling the homing knot. The troll's skin was thick. The sigil, drawn with intention, sank in. The quiet man, with the small surprised respect of a teacher seeing a student perform a movement the student had not yet, technically, been taught, that is a homing. "Yes." "To where?" "To a forest," said Harry. "There is a clearing in the forest. There are no people in the clearing. The troll, when it wakes, will be in the clearing. It will not, on waking, remember the school. It will be, the quiet man permitting, somebody else's problem." The quiet man permitted. Harry, with a small breath, fired the sigil. The troll, between one slow snore and the next, became a troll-shaped absence in the corridor. There was no sound. The 2 suits of armor on either side of the troll-shaped absence did not move. Harry, alone in the corridor, lowered his hand. He stood for a moment in the dim torchlight. The corridor smelled of old stone and a faint trace of troll. Up the stairs, in the great hall, the children were being herded. He walked back to the hall. He slipped into the line of Gryffindors going up to the tower. Hermione, in the line, looked at him. Ron, beside her, looked at him. Neither of them spoke. In the common room, much later, Hermione sat down beside him in the firelight. She did not, for a long moment, speak. Then she said, "You went somewhere." "I did." "You did not tell us where." "No." "Was it dangerous?" "Briefly." "Are we?" She paused, calibrated, and asked the question she had been holding since the first day of term, "Are we the kind of people who go somewhere dangerous in secret without telling each other, Harry?" He looked at her. He looked at her for the time it took to consider the answer and decide it was the most important answer he would give that year. "No," he said. "We are not. I went tonight because I knew exactly what was going to happen and I did not have time to explain. I will, in the future, explain. I am sorry. I should have, even tonight, told you in advance. I will not, again, leave you and Ron behind." Hermione, who had not been planning to be moved, was moved. She nodded. She did not, by any signal, indicate that the moving had reached anything tender. She said, "All right." She said, in a voice that was already practical again, "What did happen?" "There was a troll. There was a troll in the school." "Yes." "Why?" "Because someone wanted there to be. The someone who wanted there to be is in this castle. I would prefer you and Ron, while we are figuring out who, to remain with me at meals and not, particularly, to be alone in any second-floor bathroom on a feast night." She blinked. The blink had a great deal of information in it. She said, slowly, "Harry. You predicted this." "I had a strong suspicion." "How?" "I cannot, today, tell you the entirety. I will, when I can. Please trust me on it. Trust me only as far as you find evidence to trust me. I am not asking for credit. I am asking for time." She thought about this. She thought about it with the small fierce honesty Harry had, by now, come to depend on her for. "All right," she said. "But you will tell us. By the end of this year." "I will tell you," said Harry, "by Christmas." Hermione, in the firelight, gave him the small precise nod of a girl who had decided, on the strength of a single specific deadline, that the deal would hold. Ron, in the next chair, who had been listening with his ears at full extension while pretending to be asleep, said, "By Christmas." "By Christmas." "All right." The three of them, in the firelight of the Gryffindor common room, sat with the small structural quiet of a unit that had just clarified one of its terms. Outside, in the corridor, the suit of armor near where the troll had been was discovered to have been polished by a passing house elf. No troll was found. Filch reported a mysteriously cleaned floor. Dumbledore, in his office, did not, for a long while, speak. Christmas came and Harry told them. He told them in the Gryffindor common room on the night of Christmas Day, after the great red feast and the cracker hats and the small flannel pajamas Mrs. Weasley had sent him in a parcel he had wept over in his bed that morning for reasons he had not fully explained even to the quiet man. He had Hermione in one chair and Ron in the other and the fire between them, and he told the truth in the order he and the quiet man had agreed. He told them about the dust. He told them about the quiet man. He told them about the bent paperclip and the beach. He told them about Stephen, whose name they had not heard, and about the mystic arts, which was the name of the whole grammar of which their wands were a regional accent. He told them that the quiet man inside him had, in another life, been the person who held the keys to the whole grammar, and that the quiet man inside him was, by long mutual agreement, now Harry, in the same way that Harry's left hand was Harry, and that there was no longer any meaningful seam between them. Hermione, who had been listening with her chin on her hands, said, "Harry. Yes. That should not be possible. I know. The quiet man has been observing the same fact for 11 years. It does not change the situation. You have been carrying, yes. By yourself, with him. Since you were 4. Yes." Ron, in the other chair, said, "Bloody hell, mate." He said it quietly. He said it with a respect Hermione did not, in the moment, have the bandwidth to give. He said, in the same low voice, am I all right? Yeah. Yes. I am, at the moment, more than all right. I have you too. Hermione made a sound that was the cousin of a sob, and got up, and crossed the small space between them, and hugged him in the brisk no-nonsense way of a girl who had decided to do a thing and was going to do it correctly. Harry, who had stiffened the way a small tin animal stiffens when a child picks it up and was now, with great practice, not stiffening, hugged her back. Ron, after the appropriate Weasley delay of 3 seconds, joined the hug from the side. The three of them, for a moment, were a small triangular structure on the rug in front of the fire, and the quiet man inside Harry, who had not been hugged in any body in a number of decades, did not say anything because the quiet man could not, just then, trust himself to. When they separated, Hermione, who had wiped her eyes with her sleeve and was already in the brisk forward motion of a girl who had business to do, said, "Right. So. Voldemort. Hermione. That is his name. We are going to use it. In private. We are not going to spend the rest of our lives saying a euphemism. Voldemort. He killed your parents. He has, you say, a piece of him in this castle. We will be working out, over the rest of the year, where the piece is." "In Quirrell," said Harry. "Behind the turban. I have been observing it since September the 1st. "In Quirrell. In the back of his skull. Like a man riding piggyback. I do not know yet how it got there. I do know that Quirrell, voluntarily or otherwise, is hosting it." Ron, in his chair, put his head in his hands. "Bloody hell." And, Harry continued, in the calm voice of a man who had been planning this conversation since October, "There is, in this castle, somewhere on the 3rd floor, a small object. The object has been moved here from Gringotts for safekeeping. Voldemort, in Quirrell, wants the object. The object, if Voldemort gets it, will allow him to come back." "Come back," said Hermione. "In a body. With a wand. Properly. And the staff are aware. At least one of them. Dumbledore, certainly. Probably Snape. Perhaps McGonagall, in a limited way." Hermione, who had begun, in the last 10 seconds, to make a list in her head on which would later appear, under the heading "Things I Would Like to Know," 18 items, said, "And we are going to," said Harry, "let it play out. With one adjustment. The end-of-year confrontation, in the original sequence, involves a child in a chamber with Voldemort's face on the back of a man's skull. I would prefer, this year, that the child be only me. You two will not be in that chamber. You will, though, be the people who help me get to it. Ron, slowly, and after. After, we will have a longer conversation. About the next several years. About what Voldemort is going to do. About what we are going to do." Hermione, very quietly, "Harry." "Yes. What does Voldemort want?" "He wants," said Harry, "to live forever. He has, to that end, already done a thing it would have been kinder to himself if he had not done. The thing has scattered him. The thing has scattered him into pieces. One of the pieces, I am fairly sure, is in this castle in the back of Quirrell's skull. Several of the others are out there in the wider world, hidden in objects he has kept aside as anchors. We will, over the next several years, find the pieces and unmake them. When the pieces are unmade, Voldemort will be mortal. When Voldemort is mortal, he can be killed. When Voldemort is dead, the wizarding world can be allowed to forget him. That is the project. The project. Yes. For the next several years. Yes." Hermione looked at the fire for a long time. Then she looked at Harry. Then she said, "We will be very busy. We will. Then we should sleep," she said, and stood, and went up the staircase to the girls' dormitory in the brisk no-nonsense way of a girl who had been given a multi-year project at age 12 and had, in the same 5 minutes, accepted it. Ron stayed in his chair for a while. He looked at the fire. He looked at Harry. "I am not Hermione," he said. "No. I cannot do the thing she does where you tell her something impossible and she has it filed by morning. That is all right. I do not, in particular, need you to file. I need you to be the man who knows when something is wrong with one of us before we know it ourselves. You did that with Hermione last term and you did it with me this morning, when you saw me cry over the pajamas and did not, because you are a clever and kind person, mention it. You will do it again, and it will save us. Maybe several times. I am not, Ron, asking you to file. I am asking you to remain the person who knows. That is the harder job. That is the job I am asking you to do." Ron looked at him for a long moment. Then he looked away. Then he said, in a voice that was not quite steady, "All right, mate." He went up to bed. Harry sat by the fire for a while longer. The quiet man, in his chest, said softly, "That was well done. It was the truth." "Yes. I am tired," said Harry, with the small surprised honesty of an 11-year-old who had just, for the first time, told the whole truth of his life out loud. "Sleep," said the quiet man. He did. The end of the year came on the rails the original sequence had laid for it, and Harry, with the quiet man in his chest and his wand in his sleeve and the small unremarkable bent paperclip in the pocket of his robes, walked toward the chambers under the third-floor corridor with a steady small step that the quiet man approved of. He had left Ron and Hermione in the corridor at the chess room. He had, very carefully, not let the chess room kill Ron. He had, with Hermione's help, solved the potions logic puzzle without letting Hermione drink the dangerous one. He had, at the door of the final chamber, kissed Hermione on the forehead, which had been an unplanned thing she had not protested and Ron had not commented on, and he had said, "Stay here. If I am not back in 20 minutes, go and tell Dumbledore, who is on a train back from London," which he turned around the moment he realized the stone was being moved on, "and who will be at the front gates in approximately 24 minutes. 20 minutes. Hermione, who had been arguing about being left behind, had stopped arguing, because the deadline had been precise. He went into the chamber. The chamber held the mirror of Eriste. The mirror was tall and old and in a frame that hummed at ear deep with very competent ancient enchantment. The frame was not, the quiet man indicated, the work of the Hogwarts founders. The frame was older. The frame predated wizarding by 3,000 years. The frame had been made by people who knew exactly what a mirror could do and had decided, with a kind of quiet horror, to make one anyway. In the mirror, Harry looked. In the mirror, his parents stood behind him. He had not, in 11 years, seen his mother. He had not, in 11 years, seen his father. They were standing behind him in the mirror with their hands on his shoulders, and his mother was slightly shorter than he had imagined and slightly more like Petunia in the angle of the jaw, and his father was looking down at him with the easy private smile of a man who had been waiting, in exactly that pose, for 11 years. Harry, in front of the mirror, did not move for a full 30 seconds. His face did not change. The quiet man, in his chest, did not say anything, because the quiet man understood the exact volume at which he should be silent. Then, in the mirror, Harry's parents stepped slightly to the side. Behind them, where Harry had not, a moment ago, looked, was a third figure. The third figure was a tall thin man in dark blue robes that Harry had never seen anyone wear in Hogwarts. The third figure had a grey at his temples and a silver streak through his hair and a small dark goatee. The third figure had a cloak that hung on him with a strange small attentive sentience, as if the cloak were a friend. The third figure had on his chest a circular pendant with a great single eye in the middle, and the eye was closed, and the third figure's own eyes were on Harry, and the third figure's eyes were full of a relief Harry had not, in 11 years, been looked at with. Harry, in front of the mirror, said, very quietly, "Hello." The man in the mirror, who could not, by the rules of the mirror, hear him, mouthed something Harry, by the angle of his jaw, read as, "Hello yourself." The quiet man, in Harry's chest, said with a quiet that was not quite composure, "That is me." "I know. That was the body." "I know." "I do not," said the quiet man, after a moment, "know what to do with this." Harry, who had been staring at his own predecessor for the first time in his short and odd life, did the thing he had been training for years to be able to do. He did not look away. He did not weep. He looked at the man in the mirror, who was him, and he looked at his parents, who were him also in a different way, and he said, with the quiet steady honesty he and the quiet man had been practicing on each other since he was 4, "Thank you. For what you did. For what you carried. For the years of patience. For not leaving." The man in the mirror did not say anything. The man in the mirror put a hand on the shoulder of Harry's father, who turned his head slightly, and the three figures behind Harry's reflection, his mother and his father and the man who lived in his chest, stood together looking out of the glass at the boy who carried all three of them, and they were, the quiet man indicated quietly inside Harry's chest, family. Harry, in front of the mirror, reached down with the most ordinary motion of his life and took the small ruby stone from his pocket where it had appeared, in accordance with the mirror's old discipline, the moment he had stopped wanting it for itself. He pocketed it. Behind him, in the room, the door at the far end opened, and the soft uneven step of Quirinus Quirrell, who had at last managed to get past the doors Snape and McGonagall and Sprout and Flitwick and Dumbledore had set for him, came into the chamber with the wet-hot pressure of the second presence behind his skull. "P. Potter," said Quirrell. Harry, without turning, said, "Hello, Voldemort." The pressure in the room changed. The voice that came out of Quirrell's mouth was not Quirrell's. "Potter," said the voice, in a thin reedy hiss that the quiet man inside Harry's chest noted, with the small clinical interest of a clinician hearing a particular pathology for the first time, was the voice of a thing that no longer had vocal cords of its own and was, with effort, borrowing someone else's. "You know who I am." "I know who you are," said Harry. He turned, finally, away from the mirror. He walked, in a measured small step, to the center of the room. He stopped 6 feet from Quirrell. He put his hands behind his back, the small gesture his predecessor had once used in long teaching sessions in the sanctum, the gesture that was, he realized only now, the gesture of a man telling his hands to be patient. "Give me the stone," said the voice. "No. You know what it does." "I do." "You know what I will do with it." "I do." "Then give me the stone, and I will leave the boy." "You will not leave the boy." "You will, the moment I give you the stone, kill the boy and take Quirrell as your puppet to the next way station. I have no interest in trading the lives of others to save my own." A silence in the chamber. Quirrell's body shifted from one foot to the other. The pressure behind Quirrell's skull intensified. The quiet man inside Harry's chest began, very quietly, to draw a sigil. "Then I will take it from you, Potter." "You may try," said Harry. "I would, though, like to first offer you one piece of free advice, in honor of the wizard you might once have been." The silence in the chamber shifted in a way Harry had not been expecting. "What advice?" "Stop. Today. Walk out of this room in Quirrell's body, walk out of the school, find a quiet place, lie down, and let the body fail. The thing you have done to yourself is no longer survivable as a person. You are, currently, an angry wisp of memory wearing a stuttering academic. You are not Voldemort. Voldemort is dead. He died the night he tried to kill me. You are the resentment of a man who did not understand he had died, refusing to admit it. Lie down. Be done. There are worse exits than the one I am offering you." A second silence in the chamber. Longer, this time. The quiet man inside Harry's chest noted, with a small flicker of dry interior amusement, "He is, briefly, tempted. He is. He will not take it. He will not. But the offer is the precondition of the next several years of our life," said the quiet man. "We will offer him an off-ramp every time we meet him. We will not, when he refuses it, be the one who chose violence first. The offer, made and refused, is the moral architecture of the years to come. We will repeat it." "We will," said Harry. He raised his voice slightly. "Voldemort. Will you take the offer?" "I will not," said the voice. "Then we begin." Quirrell's hand came up. Quirrell's wand came out. Quirrell, who in the original sequence had been a mediocre duelist hosting a brilliant one, fired a curse of considerable competence at Harry's chest. Harry, who had been standing with his hands behind his back, did not move his hands. He moved his intention. The intention drew, in the air a foot in front of his sternum, the small clean tau mandala of a first-year mystic shield. The mandala was the size of a dinner plate. The mandala was made of the same orange-white light that had once come out of a bent paperclip in a cupboard in Surrey. The curse, on hitting it, did not, particularly, dissipate, the curse was redirected up into the ceiling of the chamber, where it left a small black scorch in the shape of a question mark. Quirrell stared at the mandala. Quirrell, the part of Quirrell that was Quirrell, stared at it with the wide-open horror of a man who had just been shown, on the chest of an 11-year-old, a piece of magic he had been told for years did not exist. "What?" said the voice from Quirrell's mouth, in a register that had become, briefly, almost a whisper, "is that?" "It is the answer to a question your culture stopped asking 300 years ago," said Harry. "I am happy to discuss the history with you, but not now." "Master," said Quirrell, in his own voice, in a wet small frightened tone. "Be silent," said the voice. "Boy. You will give me the stone." "No." The voice paused. The voice gathered itself. The voice, in Quirrell's throat, said, "Master, the stone. I see it. In his pocket." "Master." Quirrell launched himself across the chamber with the sudden leaping speed of a thing being driven by a will not its own. He was on Harry in 2 strides. His hands found Harry's shoulders. His hands, on Harry's shoulders, began to smoke. Harry, who had 3 years ago, in a cupboard in Surrey, learned the small precise sigil of touch protection, had inked it on his shoulders that morning under his robes, very carefully. The quiet man had warned him. The quiet man had counseled him. The quiet man had said, "When you offer love to a creature so emptied of it that love is acid, the love is acid in the original direction, and you must be, on the day of the offer, wearing your gloves." Quirrell's hands, on Harry's shoulders, were burning. Quirrell was screaming. The voice in Quirrell's throat was screaming. The screaming was a high thin screaming, and underneath it was the furious small voice of the thing in the back of Quirrell's skull saying, "I cannot touch him, master, I cannot touch him, his skin." Harry, with the small composure of a man who had been training for this moment for some time, lifted his own hands and laid them, very gently, on Quirrell's wrists. The skin of Quirrell's wrists, where Harry's hands rested, did not burn. The sigil was a one-way valve. The sigil burned what tried to come in. The sigil did not burn what Harry, on purpose, sent out. What Harry sent out was very simple. It was not a curse. It was the homing knot, rewritten for souls. The thing in the back of Quirrell's skull came loose. It came loose with a sound like a long thin cloth being dragged off a hook. It came loose and it tried to vanish through the ceiling, and Harry, with the smallest small motion of his other hand, drew in the air the small precise sigil of containment he had used on the troll on Halloween. The thing in the air bumped against the ceiling. The thing in the air bumped against the walls. The thing in the air, after an unproductive 30 seconds, hung above Harry's head, snarling, in the form of a long thin smoke that had a face if one squinted. Quirrell collapsed. Harry, with great gentleness, lowered him to the floor. Quirrell was alive but would not be alive long. The thing had been wearing him for the better part of a year, and the wearing had cost the body in ways no Pomfrey was going to be able to undo in time. The quiet man, beside Harry inside Harry, looked down at Quirrell with the small clean grief of a doctor who could not save a patient. "We will not save him," said the quiet man, lessen his pain. "Yes," said Harry. He drew, on Quirrell's forehead, the small sigil of comfort that the quiet man had taught him in his first year of asking. Quirrell's breathing went easy. Quirrell's eyes, for the first time in months, lost the hot wet tension that had been the second tenant. Quirrell looked up at Harry, and Quirrell, with the last clear sentence he was ever going to say in his life, said, "Thank you, Mr. Potter." "You are welcome, Professor." Quirrell died. Harry, with one hand on Quirrell's forehead and one hand on the shape of containment around the wraith above him, sat with the body for a moment and grieved, briefly, in the clean way the quiet man had taught him to grieve, which was to acknowledge the loss without making it about himself. Then he stood. He looked up at the wraith. "Voldemort," he said. The wraith snarled. "You have heard the offer. The offer stands the next time we meet, and the time after, and the time after. I will offer it every time. You will, every time, refuse. We will, every time, do this dance. Do you understand? The wraith hissed. The hiss had words in it. The words were not, in Harry's estimation, worth quoting. Go, said Harry. He released the containment. The wraith bolted up through the ceiling, through the school, out into the Scottish night, and east, in the direction it knew its tattered remaining anchors lay, and the ceiling of the chamber, where the wraith had passed, hummed for a long time at ear deep with the small ringing note of an old enchantment that had just been used in a way it had never been used before. Harry, in the chamber, sat down beside Quirrell's body. He took the stone out of his pocket. He held it in his palm. The stone was warm. The stone was heavier than it looked. The stone, the quiet man indicated quietly, was an old object made by a kind man who had not wanted to be famous and had, on the strength of his unwillingness, become so anyway. We will, said the quiet man, return it to him. Tonight. With apologies for its travels. Yes, said Harry. And then, said the quiet man, with the small dry tone of a man already considering the next morning's appointments, we will have a long conversation with the headmaster. We will not, this time, allow him to manage us. We will manage him. Yes, said Harry. The doors of the chamber opened. Albus Dumbledore, looking very tired and very old and not, in any visible way, surprised, came down the steps with his hands folded in his sleeves. My dear boy, he said, looking at the body of Quirrell and the small thin pale boy sitting beside it. I am very sorry I was not in time. You were, said Harry, exactly in time. He is dead. Voldemort is gone, for now. The stone is here. It will go back to Mr. Flamel tonight, with my apologies and my recommendation that he destroy it. I would like, sir, when I have rested, a long conversation with you. Not tonight. I have friends in a corridor who will be wondering. I have a body to walk past Madame Pomfrey. I have, in the morning, an end-of-year feast to attend. After the feast, sir, in your office, with no one else present, I would like to tell you a true thing about myself that you have already half noticed. Will that be acceptable? Dumbledore looked at him for a long moment. The eyes that had dimmed in the great hall on the night of the sorting did the dimming again, deeper, with a small additional gentleness Harry did not, in the moment, have the capacity to absorb. Dumbledore, in a voice that was very quiet, said, My dear boy. That will be acceptable. He stepped aside. Harry walked past him, with the stone in his pocket and the small composure of a man who had just done a piece of work he had been preparing for 3 years, and went up the chamber stairs to fetch his friends. In the chamber behind him, Albus Dumbledore stood for a long minute over the body of the man he had hired for defense against the dark arts and had been quietly hoping would survive the year. He did not, in the long minute, say anything. He laid a hand briefly on Quirrell's forehead, where Harry's small sigil of comfort still glowed faintly under the skin, and Dumbledore, who had seen a great many forms of magic in his 8 decades, was, on observation of the sigil, still. He had not, in his life, seen that one before. He stood up slowly. He went up the stairs after the boy. The end-of-year feast happened. Gryffindor won the cup. Hagrid wept. Snape, at the staff table, glared at Harry with the small precise hostility of a man who had revised his opinion of the boy upward and had, on the upward revision, found the hostility increased by a measurable factor. In Dumbledore's office that night, after the feast, with the door locked and Fawkes on his perch and the portraits of past headmasters all very pointedly looking the other way, Harry told Dumbledore who he was. He told him about Stephen. He told him about the mystic arts. He told him about the quiet man and the cupboard and the years of training. He told him about the sigils and the astral and the sling ring and the time discipline. He did not, in the telling, leave anything out except the names of 2 future events the quiet man had counseled him not to share yet. When he had finished, Dumbledore sat for a long moment with his hands folded on the desk in front of him. My dear boy, said Dumbledore at last. There is something in you that is not quite your own. I know, sir. I am studying it. He and I are not, any longer, separate. We have made peace. He is me. I am him. We are not two. Is that so? It is. And is that, wise? It is the only available arrangement, sir. I did not choose him. He did not choose me. We have, between us, chosen the merger because the alternative is a small thin orphan boy haunted by a dead Sorcerer Supreme until one or the other of us collapses. The merger is, on balance, the kinder arrangement for both of us. Dumbledore was silent for a very long time. Headmaster, said Harry, I would like, with your permission, to study the restricted section. I would also like, when I am ready, to teach what I know, in a small careful way, to my friends. I would also like, when the time comes, your help in finding the rest of Voldemort's anchors. I have a list. I have an estimate. I do not have, alone, the resources. With you, I do. Dumbledore looked at the boy in the chair across from him. The boy was 11 years and 10 months old. The boy had eyes the color of the boy's mother's eyes and a small careful manner that was nothing like either of his parents and, Dumbledore now realized, very like a man Dumbledore had read about, once, in a small obscure American journal of magical history, in an article about an order of Western mystics so secretive that the article itself had been, on its publication, retracted. My dear boy, said Dumbledore quietly. You shall have my permission. You shall have my help. You shall have, also, my watchful eye, because I am old and cautious and I have, in this office, made several mistakes I am still paying for. I do not say that to threaten you. I say it because I would like you to know that the eye is on us both. On you, and on the man inside you, and on me. We will, all three of us, be better for it. Harry, in the chair, said, Thank you, Headmaster. Albus, said Dumbledore. I am 11, sir. You are not, in the relevant sense, 11. I have, since the sorting, suspected as much. Tonight you have confirmed it. You will, in this office, call me by my name. Albus, then. Albus. The two of them sat for a moment in the lamplight. Fawkes, on his perch, made a low note that was the same low note he had made on the night of the sorting, only longer now, and steadier, and the note went out into the corridors of the castle and ran along the underlight in a small clean way that nobody but two persons in the castle could perceive, and one of those persons was now, by mutual private agreement, the youngest member of the only effective executive committee Hogwarts had had in 90 years. Harry, with the small composure of a man who had just done a year's work and was, by a clean small margin, going to get an evening to himself, walked out of the office, down the moving staircase, through the corridors, into the Gryffindor common room, where Ron and Hermione were waiting, and he sat down between them on the rug in front of the fire and laid his head briefly, once, against Hermione's shoulder, and Hermione, who had been bracing for some entirely different evening, put a quiet hand on his hair, and Ron, in the firelight, said only, All right, mate? All right, said Harry. Outside, the Scottish night came down over the lake. Inside, in the small warm circle of the fire, 3 first-years sat on a rug and did not, for some time, speak. They had, between them, ended the first year of a project that was going to take 6 more, and they had, between them, become a unit Hogwarts had not been planning to host. The castle, around them, hummed. Chapter 4 End. Chapter 5, The Inheritance of a Voice. Second year happened the way the original sequence had laid it out, only faster. The Chamber of Secrets opened in October. Harry, who had been waiting for it, walked into Moaning Myrtle's bathroom in the second week of October with Hermione, Ron, and a length of rope, opened the entrance with the small precise hiss the quiet man had identified as an old artifact of family line possession lingering in Harry's tongue, and went down. He was 12 years old and 4 months. He took the rope. He left Ron at the top with one end and Hermione 3/4 of the way down with the middle, and he went down to the bottom, alone, the way he and the quiet man had agreed. The basilisk, when it came, was as large as the quiet man had worn and twice as old as the quiet man had estimated. Harry did not look it in the eyes. Harry did not, in fact, give it the chance. He had drawn on his sternum that morning a sigil he had been working on for months, the small precise time-stop seal the quiet man had once, in another life, drawn from the eye of Agamotto and learned to draw without it. He stopped time in a sphere 15 feet across. The basilisk, in the sphere, became a long elegant frieze of green and brown, frozen mid-strike. Harry walked around it. Harry, with the bent paperclip in his palm, opened a small portal beside the basilisk's head. The portal opened on a Norwegian glacier the quiet man had visited once in another life. Harry took the basilisk's head with him through the portal in the small precise way one takes a thing through a door, and he set the basilisk down on the glacier where it would not, on time restart, kill anyone, and he left the body and went back through the portal and closed it behind him. The portal closed. Time restarted. The basilisk, on the glacier in Norway, was alive for another 6 minutes before the cold and its own age took it. It died without fear. The quiet man, who had not particularly wanted to kill an old creature for a child's quest, was satisfied with this arrangement. In the chamber, Harry walked to the great stone face of Salazar Slytherin. He found, in the alcove beneath it, the small black diary that contained the youngest piece of Voldemort's scattered self. He picked it up. He sat on the wet stone of the chamber floor. He drew, on the cover of the diary with his finger, a small precise sigil he and the quiet man had designed in August. The diary, on the floor in front of him, opened. The boy who came out of it was tall and dark-haired and impossibly handsome, and he had the kind of smile that had once, in a mystic teacher's account of transmultiversal predators, been classified as the smile of a thing that had stopped being a person and had begun to be a hunger. "Who," said the boy, "are you? And what is that on my diary?" "My name is Harry Potter," said Harry, "and that, on the diary, is a sigil of confession. You are now going to tell me, voluntarily, every place the rest of you has hidden. You are going to tell me because the sigil is removing the part of you that knows how to lie. I would like to apologize, in advance, for the experience. It will be unpleasant. It will not, I promise, last long." Tom Riddle, on the floor of the Chamber of Secrets, told him. He told him the 7 hiding places. He told him the order they had been made. He told him the small private symbols Voldemort had carved on the inside of each, by which the soul shards could find their way home if disturbed. He told him the ritual. He told him the price. He told him, at the end, the name of the mystic arts text Voldemort had read at 16 and not, properly, understood, and which had given him the original idea, and which the quiet man, on hearing the title, became briefly very still. That book, said the quiet man, was supposed to be sealed in the Sanctum Sanctorum. It was not, then. It was not, said the quiet man slowly, in this universe, ever there. It was here. Or rather, its local cousin was. We will need to know how it got here. We will, at any rate, not let it stay here. When Tom Riddle had finished telling Harry everything Tom Riddle had been told to keep, Harry closed the diary, drew on its cover the small precise sigil of unmaking the quiet man had taught him in August, and the diary, on the wet stone of the chamber, became a small puff of dust. The wraith of Tom Riddle, briefly visible above the dust, looked at Harry with the open expression of a thing that had not, in all its scattered wretched not quite living, expected to be talked to that politely on its way out. "You," said Tom Riddle. "You may go," said Harry. "I will not, on this anchor at least, hold you back. The other 6 will take longer. I will see you on each." Tom Riddle's wraith vanished. Harry, with the small economy of a man who had work to do, climbed back up the rope. He told Ron and Hermione, in the bathroom, that the chamber was closed. He gave them the list of locations. Hermione, on hearing the list, sat down on the bathroom floor with a notebook and began, immediately, to plan logistics. Ron, on hearing the list, said, "Bloody hell," and then, with a careful courteous Weasley calculation, "Mum is going to want to feed you." I will not, on the matter of Mum's feeding, attempt to argue with her. You are going to be fed, mate. All right, said Harry. The chamber stayed closed. Ginny Weasley, who in the original sequence had been the diary's hostage and victim, was, in this sequence, never possessed. She lived a perfectly ordinary first year, wrote home weekly, befriended a girl named Luna Lovegood, and developed a small undeclared regard for Harry Potter. That Harry, who had decided several months earlier that Ginny was going to be one of the people he watched out for, returned with the careful warm attention of an older brother for a clever younger sister. Mrs. Weasley, on the train at Christmas, hugged him so hard he was concerned briefly for his ribs. Second year ended without incident. McGonagall, in her end-of-year report to Dumbledore, used the phrase remarkably calm year. Dumbledore, on the receiving end of the report, smiled a small private smile and did not, in his reply, comment on the phrase. Third year, in the quiet man's view, was going to be the year of small kindnesses. Sirius Black, escaped from Azkaban, came south in the spring of 1994 with his mind full of vengeance and his ribs full of holes. He arrived, in the form of a great shaggy black dog, on the verge of the Hogwarts grounds in the third week of February. Harry, who had been waiting for him, walked out to the verge in the snow with a small loaf of bread, 3 sausages, and a sling ring in his pocket. The dog, behind a tree, growled. Sirius, said Harry quietly, into the cold. The dog stopped growling. My name is Harry. You knew me when I was a baby. You are my godfather. You did not betray my parents. Peter Pettigrew did. Peter Pettigrew is, currently, in the form of a rat in the dormitory of Ron Weasley, which is 2 corridors east of the Gryffindor common room. I would like to give you, now, this bread, and these sausages, and a chance to come inside without being killed by a Dementor. Will you accept? The dog, behind the tree, did not move. The dog, behind the tree, after a long minute, walked out of the tree's shadow and became a man. The man was thin to the point of skull show, and the skull show was the skull show of a cousin of James Potter, and Harry, who had not, in 11 years, seen anyone with this exact bone structure, looked at his godfather with the small clean recognition of a boy looking at his father's face on someone else. How, said Sirius, in a voice that had not been used in a decade. I have, said Harry, an unusual gift for inference. Sirius looked at him. Sirius's eyes were the eyes of a man who had spent 12 years in a place that did not, by design, allow eyes to remain hopeful, and the hope that came back into his eyes now was small and wary and the most fragile thing Harry had ever in his life been entrusted with. Eat, said Harry. Then we will go inside. Then we will retrieve the rat. Then we will, with the help of the headmaster, who already knows, set this whole thing right. He ate. He ate with the careful slow attention of a man who knew his stomach could not, after 12 years, take much. He ate the bread. He ate 1 sausage. He pocketed the other 2. He stood up. Lead on, he said, in a voice that was almost the voice of the man Harry had been told about. They went in. They went up. They retrieved the rat. The rat, on being touched by Harry's small precise sigil of D shape, returned to its native form, which was a small fat trembling man named Peter Pettigrew, who attempted, in the next 30 seconds, 3 different speeches and was not, by Harry's polite gentle interruption, allowed to finish any of them. Pettigrew, on Harry's instruction, was bound by a length of clothesline Harry had transfigured from a curtain tie, walked down to the headmaster's office, deposited there for the night, and, in the morning, picked up by an Auror named Kingsley Shacklebolt, who Dumbledore had trusted with the call. Sirius Black was free by Easter. He took up residence at his family's old house, which Harry, with the quiet man's quiet help, had the small sigil-grade competence to begin decursing room by room. By summer the house was livable. Harry spent 2 weeks of August in it. He learned to brew a passable cup of tea from his godfather. He learned to laugh in the open way Sirius laughed. He learned, from a small frame of his parents on the mantel, the exact angle of his mother's smile. He went back to Hogwarts in September with a faint new looseness in his shoulders. The quiet man had been trying, with limited success, to teach him for years. Hermione's time-turner Harry recognized, on first sight in the corridor outside Transfiguration, as the regional cousin of the Eye of Agamotto, and he took her aside that evening and asked, with great gentleness, whether she had been told what it could and could not safely be used for. She had been told the official version. He told her the unofficial version. He asked her not to use it casually. She agreed. She used it sparingly thereafter, and she gave it back at the end of the year, of her own accord, having decided that the cost to her sleep and her ethics was not worth the additional electives. Lupin, the defense against the dark arts teacher, was excellent. Lupin recognized in Harry, by Halloween, that the boy was something other than a third year, and Lupin had the wisdom to pretend he had not noticed and to teach the rest of the class as if Harry were ordinary. Harry, in return, did not, in Lupin's class, perform any sigils. He performed a serviceable third-year Patronus by Christmas. The Patronus was a stag. It was the same stag his father had cast. Harry, on first seeing it leap out of his wand in the abandoned classroom Lupin used for after-hours tutoring, sat down on the floor and looked at the stag for a long time without speaking, and Lupin, with the great quiet kindness of a man who had loved James Potter, did not speak either. Third year ended without incident. McGonagall, in the staff room, said the phrase remarkably calm year a second time. The phrase, by then, had begun, at the staff table, to be pronounced with an undertone. The Quidditch World Cup was in August. Harry, who had been to a Quidditch match before but never to a World Cup, went with the Weasleys, and Hermione, and Sirius, and the quiet man, who had not, in any of his lives, been to a Quidditch World Cup and who indicated quietly inside Harry's chest that he had now seen everything. Bulgaria played Ireland. Crumb caught the snitch. Ireland won. The crowd was a great singing single body for hours. Harry, in the stands, watched the underlight braid around the coiffle and the bludgers and the brooms in patterns of unusual local elegance, and the quiet man, who had been quietly contemptuous of wizard flying for years, said, with the small dry honesty he was now incapable of suppressing, "This is, in fact, beautiful." "It is," said Harry. "I retract, for the duration of this match, my earlier complaints. I will hold you to it." After the match, in the tent, the Death Eaters came. They came in the dark in their hoods, levitating muggles, in the small ugly procession of men who had not, in 12 years, had any cause to fear consequences. Harry, with Ron and Hermione and Ginny in the tent behind him and Sirius pulling on a coat and Mr. Weasley trying to organize an evacuation, walked to the door of the tent and looked out. The procession passed at a distance of 40 feet. The quiet man, in Harry's chest, said quietly, "Not this time." "Not this time," said Harry. He stepped out into the dark. He drew, on his palm, with the small economy of a man who had been waiting for this moment, the sigil of audible voice the quiet man had taught him last year. His voice, when it left his mouth, carried across the campsite the way the voice of a headmaster carries across a great hall. "Stop," said Harry, in the dark. The procession stopped. "Set the family down. Without injury. Now." The procession, after a long second, set the family down. The family, suspended 30 feet in the air a moment before, drifted to the ground with the small uncertain speed of a thing being lowered by an audience that had not, in 12 years, lowered anything. "Take off your hoods." The procession, after a longer second, did not. Harry, in the dark, drew with his other palm a sigil he had practiced for 2 months in private and had not yet, in front of anyone, performed. He fired it. The hoods came off. All 12 of them. The hoods came off in a small precise unison, lifted in invisible hands and folded neatly and set on the ground beside the boots of their owners. The faces that emerged were faces Harry had been studying in the Daily Prophet, in old class photographs, in the small cards that came with Sirius's family albums, for 2 years. He recognized most of them. He named them, in his head, and the quiet man, beside him, took notes. The procession, faces bare, looked at the small thin pale boy in the firelight and did, for one long second, nothing. "Go home," said Harry. "I will not, tonight, press the matter further. The night is still salvageable. Go home. The Aurors who will be here in 7 minutes will find no procession, no levitated family, and no incident to investigate. You will, in compensation for that mercy, take with you the names of every man in this circle. You will report each of them, in writing, to the Auror office, by morning. You will identify yourselves. You will turn yourselves in. You will plead, the day after, for the leniency of the law. The leniency of the law will, given your cooperation, be substantial. If you do not do this, I will, in 3 days, do it for you, with somewhat less mercy. Do you understand?" The procession, in the dark, looked at the small thin pale boy whose voice was filling the campsite and did not, for a very long moment, breathe. A man at the back said, in a thin voice, "Avery." "Avery," said another. Not Goyle." It went around the circle. By the time it reached the man Harry had been studying since August, who was tall and pale and silver-haired and who Harry recognized as Lucius Malfoy, the names had become a single quiet recital. Lucius Malfoy, in the dark, with great care, said, "Malfoy." "Thank you," said Harry. "Go." They went. Harry, in the dark, lowered his hands. Behind him, in the tent, Mr. Weasley said, "Good God, Harry." "Sorry, Mr. Weasley." Don't be sorry. I will explain later. Right now we should get back to the burrow. Hermione, would you take Ginny? Sirius, would you take Ron? Mr. Weasley, would you walk with me? They walked back. Mr. Weasley, beside him in the dark, said quietly, Lad. They will, in 3 days, all be in Azkaban. You have just decapitated the inner circle of the worst movement in our country. They were going to be there in 3 days regardless of me, said Harry. I have only saved everyone the next 15 years of Lucius Malfoy's polite obstruction. I am 12. I would like to enjoy my school years. I cannot enjoy them with these people in the wings. They are, now, off the stage. Mr. Weasley, in the dark, did not, for a long time, speak. Harry. Yes. Are you all right? I am, Mr. Weasley. All right, said Mr. Weasley, who had begun to suspect that the small thin pale boy his sons had befriended was not, in any ordinary sense, 12. He did not press. By morning, the procession had turned themselves in. By the end of the week, they had been tried. By the end of the month, all 12 were in Azkaban on terms that, given the cooperation, were not the worst available. The wizarding press, on the strength of an uncharacteristic mass confession, declared a great and unprecedented victory for the Ministry. The Ministry, who had not done anything, accepted the victory. Harry, on the strength of a remark in passing in the Daily Prophet, was named, in early September, an honorary junior Auror, an honor that had not, in 70 years, been bestowed. He returned the honor with thanks. He did not, by any signal in his face, indicate that he had set the entire chain of events in motion himself. The quiet man, in his chest, said, Well done. We are accelerating, said Harry. We are running the Voldemort timeline at 1.5 speed. He is going to feel it. He is going to react. We will be ready. When? This year, said the quiet man. This year is the goblet. This year is the graveyard. This year is the bargain. I know. You will, said the quiet man, need to be ready. I am. You think you are. I am as ready as I can be at 13. Yes, said the quiet man, with the small dry honesty he reserved for the rare moments when he wanted Harry to know he was, in fact, proud. You are. The goblet of fire was lit in the great hall in October. Harry, sitting at the Gryffindor table at the Halloween feast, watched the goblet from a distance and listened, on the underlight, for the small wrong note he had been waiting for. The wrong note came at the end of the feast. Cedric Diggory was called for Hufflepuff. Fleur Delacour was called for Beauxbatons. Victor Crumb was called for Durmstrang. Harry, at the Gryffindor table, with Ron beside him saying lucky bastards, and Hermione on his other side saying thank goodness it is over, did not, in his face, register the small wrong note. The goblet did not, though, finish. The goblet, which should have been done, gave a small reluctant flare. A fourth slip of paper rose from it. Harry, who had been waiting for it, was already half out of his seat by the time Dumbledore, at the high table, in the careful clear voice of a man whose every word would be quoted in the next morning's papers, read it aloud. Harry Potter. The hall, all at once, went silent. Harry stood. Harry walked to the front of the hall in the small steady way he had learned to walk through corridors that were watching him. He did not, on the way, look at any face. He stopped at the foot of the high table. He looked up at Dumbledore. Albus, he said, in a voice that was pitched only for the staff to hear. I did not put my name in. You know I did not. We will play this out. May I speak to you, Madame Maxime, and Karkaroff, in your office tonight, after I have completed the formalities? I would like to head off the Karkaroff version of this very early. Dumbledore, who had been considering the same problem from a different angle, nodded fractionally. After the formalities, Harry. Harry walked through the side door into the small antechamber where the other three champions were waiting. They looked up. They looked at him with three very different versions of confusion. Cedric, the eldest, said, "Are they sending us back out?" "No," said Harry. "I have just been called. The goblet has chosen me as a fourth champion. I did not put my name in. I will, by virtue of being unable to refuse, compete. I would like to introduce myself, properly, to the three of you. Mr. Diggory, Mr. Crumb, Miss Delacour. I am Harry. I will not be your opponent. I will be a fourth competitor in the same building as you. I will, in each of the three tasks, be glad to coordinate with you for our mutual safety. I do not, in particular, wish to win. I wish, very particularly, for all four of us to leave each task alive." Cedric looked at him for a long moment. Cedric, who had been preparing for the tournament with the steady serious work of a young man who knew he was outclassed by the foreign champions and had decided to do his best regardless, said, "All right, Harry." Crumb, in his thick deep voice, "All right, Potter." Fleur, who had been preparing to be condescending and was, on the strength of Harry's small grave courtesy, recalibrating, "All right, Monsieur Potter. We will see." The four of them shook hands, in a small slightly awkward tournament protocol that Harry had not been told about and was inventing on the spot. Dumbledore, watching from the doorway with the small private satisfaction of an old headmaster who had just seen a tournament he had been dreading become slightly more survivable, did not, by any signal, indicate that he was satisfied. Harry's first task was a Hungarian horntail. The crowd had been prepared, by a great deal of bagman commentary, for a great spectacle of dueling. The crowd was prepared, by a careful plant in the Daily Prophet, for the possibility of a small thin 14-year-old being eaten on national television. The crowd was not prepared for what happened. Harry, on entering the arena, walked at his ordinary pace to a position 20 feet in front of the dragon. He stopped. He drew, with the bent paperclip in his hand, a portal in the air the size of a small barn door. The portal opened on a glacier in Norway, the same glacier on which the basilisk had ended its long career 2 years prior, where Harry had, the previous week, deposited a single golden egg of the kind the dragon was supposed to be guarding. He pointed at the dragon's egg, which the dragon had been brooding over. "That is yours," he said, conversationally. "The golden one is mine. It is currently on a glacier in Norway, where the cold is reasonable. I have left it on a small ledge protected by a sigil from any predation. I will, with your permission, retrieve it now. I have no intention of taking your real egg. I have no intention of fighting you. I am sorry someone has put you in this arena. They had no business doing it. The dragon, on her clutch, did not understand the words. The dragon understood, in the way dragons understand, the underlying intention of the small thing standing 20 feet from her. The intention had no threat in it. The intention had, in fact, the polite calm of a creature that had been approaching her exactly the way her mate had used to approach her in another country, which was with no sudden movement and a low note in the back of the throat. Harry made the low note. He made it without thinking about it. The quiet man inside him had, somewhere in the back of his memory, the protocol for talking to a dragon, and the protocol was on Harry's tongue before he had time to choose it. The dragon settled. Harry, walking very calmly, walked through the portal. He came out on the glacier. He picked up the golden egg. He walked back through the portal. He nodded to the dragon. He walked, at the same ordinary pace, out of the arena. Bagman, in the announcer's box, did not know what to say. Bagman opened and closed his mouth 3 times. Bagman, who had never been at a loss for noise in his life, was at a loss for noise. Karkaroff, in the judge's booth, stared at the empty arena with the hot intense stare of a man who had just seen a piece of magic he had been told for years did not exist and which had, on its appearance, complicated his orders considerably. Madame Maxime stared with the calm appreciation of a woman who knew an artist when she saw one. Crouch was unreadable. Dumbledore, at the center of the booth, made the small private polite noise of a headmaster watching a student do exactly what the headmaster had been suspecting the student could do, only with somewhat more grace than the headmaster had been expecting. The crowd, after a long stunned second, broke into the kind of applause that only follows complete confusion. Harry walked back to the champion's tent. He set the golden egg on the table. He nodded to Cedric, who was about to go in next. He sat down on the bench against the wall and, for the first time since he had walked into the arena, allowed his shoulders to come down a fraction of a degree. The quiet man, in his chest, said quietly, "Well played." Harry, in the bench against the wall of the champion's tent, did not respond. He sat for a moment with his eyes closed. The quiet man watched, without speaking, while Harry did the thing the quiet man had been training Harry to do for years, which was to set down the small adrenal residue of a public performance and return himself, in private, to his ordinary state. Then Harry opened his eyes. He stood. He went to congratulate Cedric, who had just dispatched a Swedish short snout with a series of competent transfigurations and a great deal of Hufflepuff doggedness, on a clean run. He went to compliment Fleur on her Vila charm. He shook Crumb's hand. He sat with the 4 of them in the tent and they ate, between them, 3 pumpkin pasties and a great many slices of treacle tart that Mrs. Weasley had sent Harry that morning by owl with a note that said simply eat, and they were, for an hour, for young people who happened to have been entered in a tournament together. That night in the Gryffindor common room, alone in front of the fire, Harry took the small parcel that had arrived for him at breakfast and not been opened in the noise of the day, and he opened it. It was the cloak of invisibility his father had owned. It had, the note said, been Albus's to hold, it had been waiting a long time to be returned to him. Harry took it out of the parcel. The cloak was light. The cloak, on his palm, was warmer than it should have been. The cloak, draped on his shoulders, settled with the small attentive sentience of a thing that had been waiting, also, to know him. The quiet man, inside Harry's chest, made the smallest possible sound. "It is not," said the quiet man, "the cloak I wore." "I know." "But it is," said the quiet man slowly, recognizing him. "Yes." The cloak, on Harry's shoulders in the firelight of the Gryffindor common room, lifted itself slightly at one corner, as if testing the air, and then settled again. Harry, in the firelight, stood very still and let it. The cloak, by the 3rd small motion, had decided. The cloak unwrapped itself from Harry's shoulders and rewrapped itself, in a quiet considered motion, with one corner slightly higher than the other in the manner of a thing that had decided to take up permanent residence and to drape itself, henceforward, on the shoulders of a person it intended to protect. Harry, in the firelight, said quietly, "Thank you." The cloak, very faintly, hummed at ear deep. The quiet man, inside Harry's chest, said quietly, "She has come back." "Who?" "The cloak. The cloak I wore." "She has come back," said the quiet man, in a register Harry had not, in 3 years of internal conversation, heard from him. "In another shape. In another grammar. In another life. But she has come back. And she has, on inspection, decided to be ours again." Harry, in the firelight, with the cloak on his shoulders and the quiet man in his chest and the small precise weight of the wand in his sleeve, sat down in the chair before the fire. He did not, for some time, speak. The cloak, on his shoulders, did not move. Outside, the Scottish night came down over the lake. In the headmaster's office, far above him, Albus Dumbledore looked out the high window across the grounds in the direction of the Gryffindor Tower and said, aloud, to the empty room, "Fawkes. He is not a boy. He has never been a boy. We are, I think, in the best possible hands." Fawkes, on his perch, made the long quiet note he had been making for 3 years and which Dumbledore had finally allowed himself to interpret, and the note, on the underlight of the castle, ran along the corridors and out into the dark and settled, like a soft hand, on the shoulders of a small thin pale boy in a cloak in front of a fire. The Yule Ball came at Christmas. Harry, who had not been raised to enjoy formal occasions and who had decided, at age 11, that he was going to do them anyway as a discipline, asked Hermione, 3 weeks before the ball, if she would do him the honor of going as his partner. He asked her in the library, between 2 stacks. He asked her with the small grave courtesy he used for adults, because he had decided, several years earlier, not to use a different register for the people he loved. Hermione, in the library, looked at him for a long second, and then she said, "Harry. Krum has asked me." "I know. You knew. I observed you both at the World Cup. I observed his face this morning as he was leaving Charms. He has been waiting for an opportunity. He has, this week, taken 3. I am not, as a champion, supposed to know that the foreign delegations gossip in their dorms, but the quiet man hears more than he lets on. You should go with Krum. You are not asking me out of friendship. I am asking you out of friendship. I am asking because I would like a partner I would not have to manage. You would not have to manage me. You would have, instead, an evening of conversation. I would, on the strength of the conversation, be the easier date. I am, on the strength of being 12 in the head and 14 in the body, also a poor candidate for any of the more romantic features of a Yule Ball. You will, with Krum, have a better evening on the relevant axes. I would rather, on balance, see you have a good evening than have one on your arm." Hermione, in the library, looked at him with the close honest attention of a girl who had spent 4 years learning to read him and had, in the 4 years, become very good at it. "You are," she said slowly, "a strange and lovely person, Harry." "Thank you. I am asking, though, for one favor." "Yes. Save me a dance after the formal opening. Just one. So that I may say I have danced at a Yule Ball with the smartest witch in our year. So that, when we are old, I will have it on the list." She blinked. She had been, in the abstract, prepared for many possible Harrys. She had not been prepared for this one. She nodded. He took, for a partner, Luna Lovegood, who had on the asking accepted with a small considered grace as though the asking were a perfectly ordinary thing and not the small social rescue mission Harry had been planning for a month. They went together. They danced one dance. They sat through several more, talking quietly about Crumplehorn Snorkax and the topology of a particular cloud, and Luna, on the strength of the conversation, decided that Harry Potter was the second most interesting person at the ball after a small girl from Beauxbatons whose dress was the color of a particular kind of moth, and Harry, on the strength of the conversation, decided that Luna Lovegood was going to be, in the years to come, exactly the kind of person he most wanted near him in a crisis, unflinching, unembarrassed, and incapable of being wrong-footed by any ordinary social pressure. They danced. Hermione, with Krum, danced. Ron, with Padma Patil whose patience he had not earned, sulked initially and then, on Harry's quiet word at the punch table, pulled himself together and gave Padma the better half of an evening she had nearly written off. Cedric and Cho danced. Fleur, who had been waiting to be condescended to all evening, was not, by anyone, condescended to, and was on the strength of the lack of condescension somewhat at sea. At the end of the night, in the corridor outside the great hall, Hermione paused on her way to the staircase and squeezed Harry's elbow once, briefly, in passing. Harry, who had been waiting for it without knowing he had been, returned the squeeze. The quiet man, inside Harry's chest, did not, for a long quiet moment, say anything. "She is not Christine," the quiet man had once said in the lamplight of a Gryffindor common room 3 years earlier. "She is a different person. She is her own person. We will love her in her own grammar." "Yes," said Harry, in the corridor of the Yule Ball, in answer to a question the quiet man had not, in the last 3 years, repeated. "Yes. We will." The second task happened in February under the lake. Harry, who had cracked the egg in the bathtub with Cedric over Christmas in a quiet collaboration the other champions did not know about, had been training his astral projection for the task for 2 months. He spent the morning of the task in the dormitory, lying on his back with his eyes closed, projecting down into the lake, mapping the Mere People's settlement and the placement of the hostages, and identifying the optimal route. He came back to his body 20 minutes before the start of the task with the route memorized and the obstacles flagged. He performed the task in the official manner. He took gillyweed. He went under. He swam the route he had mapped. He retrieved his hostage, who turned out to be Hermione, with the small irritated efficiency of a friend retrieving a friend who would, in a minute, be slightly cross at the cold. He retrieved, on his way back, Fleur's hostage, who was a small silver-haired girl named Gabrielle and whom Fleur had not, on the surface, been able to reach, because Fleur had been knocked out of the task by Grindylows. He brought both hostages up. He delivered Gabrielle to Fleur on the platform, who wept and kissed Harry on both cheeks in a manner Harry, at 14, accepted with the small composure of a man who had decided long ago not to be embarrassed by gratitude. He came in second. Cedric came in first. Cedric, on the platform, seeing the small girl in Fleur's arms, looked at Harry and nodded once. The nod was the nod of a young man who had just understood that the small thin pale boy he had been competing with had, in the second task, deliberately let him have first place because the small thin pale boy had been busy doing something that mattered more. Harry returned the nod. They walked off the platform together. Cedric, on the way, said quietly, "Potter. You did not have to." "I did, Cedric. I am sorry I cost you the points." "You didn't cost me anything. I won." "You won because I could not be in 2 places. I would like, if you do not mind, to sit with you at lunch tomorrow. There is a thing I would like to discuss about the third task." Cedric looked at him. Cedric had been raised by Amos Diggory to be cheerful and competent and the sort of young man who did not, in a corridor, say no to a request from a peer. Cedric said, "All right." They sat at lunch. Harry told him, with great care, that he had reason to believe the third task was going to be more dangerous than the first 2 combined, and that he, Harry, had a plan to handle it without anyone dying. He asked Cedric to trust him. He asked Cedric to share, without question, the cup if they reached it together. Cedric, who had been raised to trust competent people, after a long pause, said, "All right." The quiet man, in Harry's chest, said, "That may be the most important sentence anyone has spoken in this castle this year." "I know," said Harry. "We will," said the quiet man, with the small dry honesty he reserved for the things he cared about most, "save him. We will." Chapter 5 End. Chapter 6, Voldemort, I've come to bargain. The third task was a maze. The maze had been grown overnight in the middle of the Quidditch pitch out of a hedge variety the herbology department had imported, on Crouch's order, from a private nursery in southern Albania, and the maze, the quiet man had observed 3 weeks earlier on a quiet astral walk Harry had performed at midnight, was the kind of hedge that drank intention. The hedge was, the quiet man indicated quietly, an old plant. The plant had been bred, in another century, to slow the passage of any wizard whose mind had not been disciplined for it. The plant would, in this maze tonight, function as a low broad-spectrum drag on every champion's spellwork. The plant would not, on Harry, function much, because the quiet man had been training him for years to think in shapes that drank intention back rather than out. But the plant would, on Cedric and Crumb and Fleur, take a tax of about 30% on their available output for the duration of the maze. Harry had factored this into his planning. He had, 3 days before the task, performed, with Hermione in the bathroom of Moaning Myrtles at midnight, a small precise ritual of mutual location. The ritual was a sigil pair. He had drawn one on the inside of his left wrist and one, with great care, on the inside of Hermione's left wrist, and the two sigils, at any distance, pinged each other faintly at ear deep when activated. He had also done, in the Hufflepuff common room at the end of a study session he had engineered with Cedric, a small handshake that left a third sigil under Cedric's left wrist. Cedric had not noticed, because Cedric was not, on his best day, a sigil watcher, and Harry, who did not like deception even in service of safekeeping, had spent that night drafting the apology he would deliver if Cedric ever found out. Now, on the night of the third task, with the great noisy crowd of the school and the press around the pitch and bagman in the announcer's booth and the 4 champions at the 4 entrances of the maze, Harry, with his hand on his wand, said softly, into the pinging sigils, "I am with you. I am tracking you. If anything goes wrong, ping back twice. I will be there." The pings, in his wrist, returned in 2 faint quiet rhythms. Hermione's, brisk. Cedric's, slower, because Cedric did not know the sigil was there. The whistle blew. Harry walked, at his ordinary pace, into the maze. He had memorized the floor plan from the astral walk. He could have, in principle, walked the most direct route to the cup, picked it up, and won. He did not. He walked the route the quiet man had instructed, not the most direct, but the one that took him near each of the other champions in turn, in case any of them needed him. He found Crumb first. Crumb was imperious. Crumb was, in fact, in the act of cursing Cedric, whom he had run into in the south alley of the maze. Cedric was holding off the curse with a competent shielding charm and the brittle composure of a young man whose stamina was running out. Harry, from behind a hedge, drew on his palm a small precise sigil of dispel and threw it through the air at Crumb's chest. The sigil landed. The imperious came off Crumb like a coat off a peg. Crumb, free, lowered his wand and looked at Cedric and at Harry with the dazed slow blink of a man who had just remembered who he was. "That, Potter, Crumb. You were imperious. I do not know yet by whom. We will sort that out later. For now, walk with us. I am taking the cup. I am sharing it. We will all 3 reach the cup. Cedric and you will return to the start when I touch it. The cup is, I have reason to believe, a port key, and I wish to be the only one who travels by it." Crumb, slowly, in his thick deep voice, "All right, Potter." "Cedric. You all right?" Cedric, who had been holding his shield charm for 8 seconds longer than he had thought he could, was breathing hard. He nodded. "This way," said Harry. They walked. They reached the center of the maze. The cup, on its plinth, glowed faintly in the dark. Harry, with the small economy of a man who had been planning this for 2 months, said, "Cedric, Crumb. Stand back. I am going to touch it. When I do, you will both be returned to the start. Do not, on any account, also touch it." "Harry," said Cedric, who had begun to suspect. "Cedric. I will be all right. I will see you in 20 minutes at the start. If I am not back in 20 minutes, tell Dumbledore, graveyard, riddle, ritual. He will know." Cedric, who had been raised to argue and had also been raised to recognize when arguing was the wrong move, did not argue. He stepped back. Crumb stepped back. Harry, with the small composure of a man stepping into a piece of work he had been preparing for since he was 7, walked to the plinth, laid his hand on the cup, and was gone. The portkey deposited him in a graveyard he had been seeing in dreams since the goblet of fire had spit out his name. The graveyard was old. The graveyard was set on the side of a low hill in a part of England Harry had never been to in body and the quiet man had been to once on an astral reconnaissance, looking for ley lines. The graveyard was full of the kind of stone the quiet man indicated quietly was a particular variety of basalt, drawn from a quarry on the border of a county Harry would not need to know the name of. The graveyard was, the quiet man indicated, an excellent place to perform a ritual. The quiet man had been quite vocal on this point in their planning sessions. The graveyard would maximize the ritual's chance of success, which meant the graveyard would also, by the same token, maximize Harry's options for redirecting it. Harry, on the cool grass between two great stones, did not move. He listened. He listened to the underlight, which was thrumming with a small high anticipation. He listened to the air, which had the pre-rain weight of a thunderstorm 2 valleys over. He listened to the small wet shuffling sound of a man approaching from behind a tomb on the left, carrying a bundle. "Wormtail," said Harry conversationally, into the dark. The shuffling stopped. "Pettigrew," said Harry, more clearly. "I see you. I have seen you for several minutes. Put the bundle down. We are going to talk." The shuffling started again. The bundle, in the small wet hands of a man Harry had last met in the shrieking shack a year and a half ago in the form of a rat, made a small thin angry sound. The bundle was, Harry knew, a thing that had once been a man. The bundle wanted, very particularly, to become a man again tonight. "Master," whined the bundle. "Master, do not listen, kill the boy now, Wormtail," said Harry, calm. "Put it down." Wormtail put it down. Wormtail did not put it down because he had decided to. Wormtail put it down because the small precise sigil Harry had drawn on the air in front of Wormtail's face had landed on the inside of Wormtail's wrist, and the sigil was, in mystic terminology, a manacle, and the manacle had stopped Wormtail's hands from doing what Wormtail had spent 15 years preparing them to do. Wormtail's hands lay open and useless at his sides. "Boy," hissed the bundle. "Boy. Whatever you have done to my servant, I will undo. You have one chance. Take the cup. Go back. Live another decade. We will meet again." "We will meet again," said Harry. "We will not, tonight, meet on your terms. Boy. You do not understand what you are doing." "I understand it precisely." He stepped forward. He stopped 6 feet from the bundle. He looked at it. The bundle, in the dark, was the size of a small cat and the wrong shape. The bundle had a face. The face had once been a human face. The face was, now, the face of a thing that had given up its own face for an extension on its lease. "Harry, in the cool grass," said Voldemort. The face hissed. "I am here. I am, tonight, for the 3rd time in our acquaintance, going to offer you a way out. Stop. Tonight. Lie down here in this graveyard with your fragmentary self and let it end. You are not going to enjoy what I am about to do to you, and you are not going to recover. The off-ramp is open. You will not be offered it again on these terms. You think you are powerful, boy. I am, in fact, powerful. You think you can kill me. I will not, tonight, be killing you." The face paused. "I am, tonight, going to expel a piece of you from my own head. The piece in my head is the cause of my scar. You have, since I was a baby, been broadcasting from it into me. I have, for 14 years, been pretending I did not know. I am, tonight, going to expel it. To do so I must drag it, in a private dimension that does not yet exist, into a closed space where I can negotiate with it. I am, in summary, about to bargain with you. The bargain will not be on terms you find pleasant. You will, in time, agree to it, because the alternative is an indefinite extension of the same negotiation, which neither of us, I think, will enjoy." The face was, briefly, silent. "What," it said at last, "are you talking about, boy?" Harry, in the cool grass, drew on his sternum a sigil he had been refining for 2 years and had not, before that night, used. The sigil was the time loop seal. He had performed time stop in second year on the basilisk. This was different. This was the eye of Agamotto's signature operation, the small precise nesting of a moment within itself, repeated. He had not, in this universe, the eye. He had, in his head, the engineering of it. The engineering was almost, but not quite, the same. He drew the sigil. The graveyard, around him, became still. Wormtail froze mid-whimper. The bundle froze mid-hiss. The wind froze in a leaf above Harry's head. The clouds, in the high autumn sky, became two-dimensional. The underlight, which had been thrumming, became a single sustained note. In the still graveyard, in a private dimension nested inside the moment, Harry walked to the bundle, knelt, and laid his palm on its small ugly forehead. He drew, on the bundle's forehead, the small precise sigil of summons. The sigil reached, through the bundle, to every connected fragment of Voldemort that Harry knew of. There were 7 such fragments. 6 were in objects scattered across England. 1 was in Harry's own scar. Harry did not summon the 6. Harry summoned the 1. The piece of Voldemort that lived behind Harry's scar came up, through the eye of the sigil, and stood in the still graveyard in a small dark form. The form looked at Harry. The form, for the first time in 14 years, was looking at him from outside. "I have come to bargain," said Harry. The form, with what passed in such a thing for a smile, did not bargain. The form, with the expedient spite of a fragmentary thing that knew it had run out of ordinary moves, raised what, in the still graveyard, served it for a hand, and threw at Harry the worst piece of magic the form had retained the memory of, the killing curse. Harry, in the still graveyard, was hit. Harry, in the still graveyard, died. The time loop reset. Harry, on the cool grass between 2 great stones, did not move. He listened. He listened to the underlight, which was thrumming with a small high anticipation. He had drawn the time loop sigil, the second time, with the small additional steadiness of a man who had now been killed once. He walked to the bundle. He drew the sigil of summons. He summoned the fragment. He stood in front of the fragment. "Voldemort," he said. "I have come to bargain." The fragment threw the curse. Harry died. The time loop reset. He walked through the same first 30 seconds. He drew the same sigils. He stood in front of the fragment. "Voldemort," he said, "I have come to bargain." The fragment threw the curse. Harry died. The time loop reset. "This is going to take," said the quiet man inside Harry's chest, with the small dry honesty he had reserved for the rare moments when Harry needed steadying, "a great many of these." "I know," said Harry. "We will be very tired. We will be very tired." "We will not," said the quiet man, "allow the fragment to break us. We will not." The time loop reset. He walked through. He drew. He summoned. He stood. "Voldemort, I have come to bargain." The curse. The death. The reset. He walked through. He drew. He summoned. He stood. "Voldemort, I have come to bargain." The curse. The death. The reset. He walked through. He drew. He summoned. He stood. "Voldemort, I have come to bargain." The curse. The death. The reset. He had not, at the start of this work, expected the first 100 to be the hardest. He had, in his planning, expected the early iterations to be brisk. He had thought he would, in the small steady manner of the quiet man, settle into the rhythm at 20 or 30, and from there proceed with the workmanlike calm of a man on a long task. He had been wrong. The first 100 had been the hardest, because the first 100 had been the iterations in which his body, unbroken to the work, had registered each death as new. The body did not, until the 73rd iteration, properly believe that the deaths were not real. The body, on each of the first 73 deaths, performed the small involuntary panic of a thing that had been killed for the first time. The quiet man, inside Harry, had walked Harry through every panic with the steady patient hand of a tutor. "It is," said the quiet man at the 74th iteration, "easier from here." "I know," said Harry. "You did better in the first 73 than I did in mine. You went through this also. In another graveyard, with another Voldemort, in another universe." "Yes." "How many of yours?" "A great many more than yours," said the quiet man, with the small dry honesty he had reserved for the rare moments when he meant it as comfort. "You will, by my count, finish in approximately 1/10 the iterations I needed. You learn faster than I did. You came in better. I had a better teacher." The quiet man, in Harry's chest, did not reply for a long iteration. The not reply was the most affectionate thing the quiet man had said to Harry in 14 years, and Harry, in the still graveyard, on the way to his 75th death, accepted it the way he had begun, in the last several years, to accept all such things, which was to take them in without ceremony and put them down where the body could continue to use them as fuel. By the 100th iteration he had, in his head, the kind of fluent practiced calm one acquires with any repeated work. He could perform the loop's first 30 seconds with the absent-minded competence with which he had once buttered toast in Petunia's kitchen. By the 500th he had begun, on each pass, to vary the way he stood. In some he sat, in some he walked at the fragment in a slow circle, in some he simply waited, hands folded, and watched the fragment's face fail. By the 1000th iteration the fragment, on its small dark feet, had begun to fail in earnest. The fragment had, over 1,000 resets, learned several useful things. It had learned that Harry would, at the end of every loop, return. It had learned that the curse it threw was, on each iteration, costing it the small precious increment of stability that the original Voldemort had paid for the fragment in the first place. It had learned that the curse, repeated, was depleting the fragment's reserve in a way no amount of malice could replenish, because malice in a fragment was a finite quantity drawn against a finite battery and not, as the original Voldemort had assumed, a renewable spite. It had learned that Harry, on every iteration, was identical in his offer, identical in his calm, identical in the small careful courtesy of his approach. By the 2000th iteration, the fragment was the size of a child's fist. By the 3000th iteration, the fragment was the size of a thumb. By the 5000th iteration, the fragment had stopped throwing the curse. The fragment, in the still graveyard, looked at Harry with what passed in such a thing for hatred and had become, instead, the exhausted small understanding that comes to a thing on the last lap of a race it had thought infinite. The fragment said, in a thin small voice, "What?" "I have come to bargain," said Harry. "You have killed me," said the fragment, 5,000 times. "I have allowed you to kill me 5,000 times. I have not, on any iteration, raised my wand against you. You, what do you want? You. Out of my head. Permanently. With no resistance. I do not, in this bargain, ask for the destruction of the rest of you. I do not, in this bargain, ask for the surrender of the man who made you. I ask only that you, this fragment, leave my head and not return. In exchange I will allow you, when you go, to rejoin the larger scattered self. I will not, tonight, destroy you. I will simply put you out of me." The fragment, in the still graveyard, did not, for a long iteration, speak. "That is, a small bargain." "Yes. A small bargain because the small bargain is the only one I will, tonight, accept. You are not in a position to negotiate up. You are in a position to negotiate either down or out. I am offering you either. Choose. The fragment, after a great deal of what was almost thinking, said, down. Then go. It went. The fragment, without ceremony, came apart from where it had stood, drifted across the still graveyard, and dispersed in the direction of the bundle. The bundle, in the still moment, twitched faintly. The fragment merged, on settling, into the larger scattered self that the bundle was anchored to. The bundle was, by the merger, slightly more stable than it had been. The fragment was, by the merger, no longer in Harry's head. The quiet man, in Harry's chest, said quietly, "It is done. It is done. You are very tired." "I am." "We will not show them," said the quiet man, "that you are very tired. We will do that afterward, in private, with Hermione and Ron, and a great deal of cocoa." "We will," said Harry. He released the time loop sigil. The graveyard, around him, restarted. The wind in a leaf moved. Wormtail, mid-whimper, finished the whimper. The bundle, mid-hiss, stopped hissing. The clouds, two-dimensional a moment before, became three again. Harry, on the cool grass, with his hand on his sternum, took the great long unhurried breath of a man who had just, in private, lived through a year's work in a single second. His scar, on his forehead, had stopped being a scar. The skin of his forehead, where the scar had been, was the skin of his forehead. There was no longer any line. There was no longer any tug. There was no longer any small low secondary heartbeat behind it. He was, for the first time since his first year, alone in his head with the quiet man and no third tenant. He stood up. The bundle, on the grass, gathered itself with the small wet effort of a thing that knew it was no longer in any position to be a bundle. The bundle, in the small wet effort, said in the same hissing voice it had used at first, "Boy. What? What did you do?" "I expelled the part of you that was in me," said Harry. "You are now whole, in the sense that you can be whole. You are also, by my count, 6 anchors short of the original plan. I will, over the next several months, find each of those anchors and unmake them. When I have, you will be mortal. When you are mortal, we will have one last conversation. You may, if you like, attempt the ritual you came here for. I will not interfere with the ritual. I will, when the ritual is complete, leave. You will let me return to a body. Yes. You will let me, knowing what I will do with the body, return to a body. Yes. Why? Because, if I prevent the ritual tonight, I will have made an enemy of the men who came here to perform it. They will, denied this ritual, find another. They will, on the strength of a frustrated ritual, become a movement underground. I would prefer, in the next year, to face an overconfident embodied Voldemort with 30 Death Eaters in Azkaban and a rump of incompetent stragglers, than an underground secret movement with a wraith for a leader and an unbroken martyr narrative. If I let you have your body tonight, you will return to a wizarding world that has been, by the World Cup arrests, gutted of its best lieutenants. You will return in front of the only Death Eaters incompetent enough to have escaped the World Cup. You will be overconfident. You will, in the next several months, make every mistake I am counting on you to make. You will be killed in the same calendar year. I will, on the strength of the killing, not have to spend my 20s on you. I will have the rest of my life. The bundle, on the grass, was silent. I am, in summary, letting you have your ritual because the ritual is the worst thing you could possibly do for yourself. Wormtail. Wormtail, frozen by the manacle, twitched. I will, in a moment, lift the manacle. You will perform the ritual you came here to perform. You will not, in particular, kill Cedric Diggory, because Cedric Diggory is not here. You will perform the ritual on me. I have, for this purpose, brought a small phial of my own blood, drawn from my arm this afternoon under the supervision of Madame Pomfrey, who is now in Dumbledore's office expecting my return. The phial is in my pocket. You will use it. The ritual will be, with the phial as the substitute, slightly weaker than it was meant to be. You will not, on the substitution, notice, the bundle will not be in any position to notice, I will, by the substitution, not be killed by the ritual's blowback, and you will, on the strength of the slightly weakened ritual, return your master to a body that is 2% less stable than it was meant to be. That 2% will, 6 months from now, in a duel, be the difference between his survival and his death. Do you understand? Wormtail, who had listened with the small slack uncomprehending attention of a man who had not been in any conversation this complex in a decade, slowly nodded. Begin, said Harry. He set the small phial on the grass. He stepped back. He sat down on a nearby gravestone. He folded his hands. He watched. The quiet man, in his chest, watched also. Wormtail performed the ritual. The bundle, in the cauldron, became a man. The man, when he stood up, was tall and bald and white as paper, and his eyes were red, and his face was a snake's face, and his hands were the hands of a man who had, 14 years ago, killed Lily Potter and not been punished for it. Voldemort, in the graveyard, drew his first new breath in 14 years. He looked around. He saw Wormtail. He saw the cauldron. He saw Harry. He saw Harry, on the gravestone, with his hands folded in his lap. Potter, he said, in his new voice. Voldemort, said Harry. You are still here. I am. Why? Because, said Harry, we still have, briefly, business. Voldemort, who had not, in his new body, expected to encounter the small thin pale boy already sitting calmly on a gravestone, paused with his hand halfway to his belt. What business? I would like to inform you, formally, that the part of you which was in my head is now, by mutual agreement, in your own. I would like to inform you that I will, in the next several months, find and unmake the 6 remaining anchors of your scattered self. I would like to inform you that you have, by the strength of a small substitution in your ritual which Wormtail has not yet realized he made, returned to a body that is approximately 2% less stable than the body you had at 20. You will not, until the day of our last duel, notice the deficit. You will, on the day of our last duel, notice the deficit. I would also like to inform you that you no longer have any standing army. The men who came here to celebrate your return are the only men who came. The rest are in Azkaban. I would, finally, like to thank you for the moments of clarity I had under your gaze tonight, and to wish you, with a courtesy I am not certain you deserve but will offer anyway, a good evening. Voldemort, in his new body, stared at Harry. Voldemort raised his wand. Harry, on the gravestone, raised his hand. The cloak, on his shoulders, flared once and settled. The portal Harry had opened behind him in the second of his last sentence, with the bent paperclip in his pocket and not a single sigil visible to Voldemort or any of his terrified stragglers, hung quiet behind him at the edge of his vision. He stood up. He stepped backward into the portal. The portal closed. He was, on the next blink, standing in front of Albus Dumbledore in Dumbledore's office, with Madame Pomfrey at the door, and Hermione and Ron on the rug, and Sirius beside the fireplace, and the small thin pale boy in the doorway was not, by any external sign, the small thin pale boy who had walked out of the maze an hour earlier. He set the cup down on the desk. Cedric had been holding it, it had gone back in the original way, he had retrieved it from Cedric on his way through the corridor. I am back, he said. Hermione, on the rug, did not move for one full second. Then she stood up. Then she crossed the room. Then she put her arms around him and squeezed, very briefly, and let go, and stepped back. Her face was wet. Her face was, under the wetness, the brisk face of a girl who had been timing his absence on her wrist sigil and had, in the last 55 seconds, begun to plan a rescue she had not, in the end, needed. Harry, said Dumbledore, very quietly. It is done, Albus. The peace in my head is gone. He has, tonight, regained a body. I have allowed it, for reasons I will explain. The Death Eaters who returned to him tonight are insufficient to support a war. The remaining anchors will, over the next several months, be located and destroyed. We will, by the end of next year, be done. Dumbledore looked at him. Dumbledore looked at him for a long time. My dear boy, he said. I do not, even now, fully understand what you have done. I would like, tomorrow morning, to be told. You will, sir. And tonight. Tonight, sir, with your permission, I would like to be 12. Dumbledore, in the lamplight, allowed his old face the smallest possible motion. Granted, he said. Harry, on the rug, sat down between Ron and Hermione. Hermione, whose arms had not entirely come down from the hug, put one hand on his hair. Ron, on the other side, put his shoulder briefly against Harry's. They did not, for a long while, speak. Sirius, by the fire, did not, for a long while, speak. Madame Pomfrey, by the door, after a moment, came over with a flask of something warm and put it in Harry's hands and went to stand beside Sirius without comment. Outside, in the Scottish night, the great work of the year was finished, and the next year of work was already, quietly, beginning. The next morning, after a sleep that had been deep and long and the gift of Hermione's quiet sigil at his temple, Harry woke in the dormitory with the small clean feeling of a man who had, in his head, an empty room where there had been, for 14 years, a quiet hostel lodger. He sat up. He put his feet on the floor. He drew, on his palm, the small precise sigil he had been drawing for years to confirm that the underlight was still where it should be. The underlight thrummed. The underlight, on his palm, was clean. He went down to breakfast. Ron, on the bench, made room. Hermione, across the table, set a cup of cocoa in front of him without comment. Cedric, at the Hufflepuff table, looked up the moment Harry sat down, caught Harry's eye, and made a small motion with his chin that meant later, in the corridor, alone. After breakfast they met in the corridor. Cedric, who had not slept, said, Harry. Cedric. You said graveyard. Yes. You said it like you knew. I did know. I had known since October. I needed you to be the man who would, if I did not return in 20 minutes, be the messenger who would not embellish. You were. Cedric looked at him for a long moment. Cedric was Hufflepuff and had been raised to be steady and was not, in the moment, finding his steadiness easy. You sent me back. I did. You sent me back and you went there alone and you came back. I did. And the cup. The cup is on Dumbledore's desk. The cup is no longer a portkey. The cup is a cup. Cedric, in the corridor, after a long pause, said, all right. Then, Harry. Yes. Whatever you are, mate. I am, glad you are on our side. Thank you, Cedric. So am I. He clapped Cedric on the shoulder once, briefly, and they walked together to Charms. Cedric did not, for the rest of his life, talk about the conversation in the corridor, except to one person at a future wedding, where the talking was, by the agreement of all parties, allowed to last for as long as the bottle of wine. In the headmaster's office that afternoon, with the door locked and Fawkes in attendance, Harry told Albus the entirety of the bargain scene. He told him about the time loop. He told him about the iterations. He told him about the small substitution in the ritual. He told him about the 2% deficit. He told him about the calendar he had constructed, in his head, for the next year, on which would appear the locations of the 6 remaining anchors, the order in which they would be retrieved, and the small economic plan by which each retrieval would be performed without bringing any war to anyone's door. Albus listened. Albus did not, at any point, interrupt. Albus, when Harry had finished, sat for a long minute in his chair with his hands folded in front of him. My dear boy, said Albus at last. When we have finished, you will have to make a great choice. I know, sir. You will have, after Voldemort, more knowledge than any one wizard alive. You will have, after Voldemort, the trust of a wizarding world that has watched you do an impossible thing. You will have, after Voldemort, what I was once offered and refused. The temptation will be substantial. I know, sir. I have been preparing for it since I was 4. By doing what? By learning, every year, the small private economy of saying no. I will say no, when the time comes. I will not become minister. I will not become headmaster, until you are tired, and then only briefly, until I find a better headmaster than myself. I will not, on any account, become a thing that requires institutions to defend my own person. The quiet man, sir, has been very firm. Albus looked at him. You speak of him still as a separate person. He is, in his own way, still a person. We are one person now. I include him in my conversations the way one includes one's heart in one's accounting of one's body. He has been good to me. I will, in honor of him, do the work he could not finish. And what is the work? The work, sir, is to put the world's grammar back in order, very slowly, in a small careful way that does not require anyone's worship. The work is teaching. The work is, when I am older, opening a school within the school, in which the grammar I know is taught to the children whose hands already, when they sit in dust, draw it on their own. The work, in summary, is to be, for somebody else, what the quiet man has been for me. Albus, in the lamplight, did the smallest possible motion of his old face. My dear boy, he said. I have lived 81 years and I have never, in any of them, been more glad of a 14-year-old. Harry, in the chair, did not, for a moment, know how to receive the sentence. He folded his hands. He nodded once. He said, Thank you, Albus. Albus, with the patient old courtesy of a headmaster who knew when to leave a thing alone, did not press. He said, instead, we will begin, this summer, the long work of finding the anchors. I will, with the order, do the legwork. You will, with Hermione and Ron and Sirius, do the precision work. We will, by the end of next school year, be done. Yes, sir. He went out. In the corridor, he leaned against the wall for a moment and let his shoulders come down half a degree more. The quiet man, in his chest, said softly, Well done. We are not done. We are, for tonight, done. For tonight, said Harry. He went to find Hermione, who had been waiting in the library, with her notebook open on the table and a list of every Horcrux location she had memorized from Harry's verbal report at breakfast, and who had been, in the long 90 minutes of his absence, pretending to read. She looked up when he came in. She said, Tea or sleep? Tea, said Harry. And then, with you and Ron, sleep. All right, said Hermione, who had begun to plan, in her head, the sleeping arrangement that would let the 3 of them remain in one room without scandalizing the prefects, and who had, by the time Harry sat down across from her, settled on the room of requirement. Chapter 6 End. Chapter 7, The Sorcerer Supreme of a Smaller World. The Wizarding World reacted to Voldemort's return in the way the Wizarding World had reacted to most major events in its recent history, which was to deny it. The Daily Prophet, after a careful brief from the Ministry's press office, ran a series of headlines through the summer of 1995 questioning the credibility of the boy who lived, of his foreign mentor Albus Dumbledore, and of the Diggory boy, who had foolishly been allowed to share the cup with him and had returned, on his own account, more confused than informative. Cornelius Fudge, the minister, gave 6 interviews in 3 weeks, in each of which he reiterated, with the small worried sincerity of a man who had decided that being right would cost him his job, that the boy who lived was a small confused 14-year-old whose imagination had gotten the better of him. Harry, in the kitchen of Sirius Black's London townhouse on the morning of the 3rd such interview, set down the paper and, with the small precise economy of a man who had been planning this morning since the 3rd week of July, said, Sirius. Yes. I would like to give an interview today. To Rita Skeeter. With Hermione present. With my own conditions. Sirius, who had over the past several weeks come to recognize that the small thin pale boy who was his godson had been managing the political theater of the summer with the patience of a man waiting for the right wave, looked up from his coffee and said, "What conditions?" Verbatim. Every word printed. Photographs of the room as evidence the interview was conducted under no compulsion. Hermione present, taking shorthand, with full editorial veto. Publication in the Quibbler, not the Prophet, because the Prophet will, on receipt of the transcript, attempt to edit it, and the Quibbler will not. And what will you say? I will say what happened. Calmly. With dates. With names. With specific verifiable details. I will name the 11 Death Eaters who returned to Voldemort that night, 2 of whom have been spotted in Nocturne Alley last week and 7 of whom have been quietly active in the Ministry, on which I have evidence in a folder Hermione has been compiling. I will, by the publication of the article, give Fudge 24 hours to revise his position. I will not, in the article, ask for his resignation. I will simply, in the article, make his current position untenable. He will, of his own volition, resign within the week. The Ministry will, by the end of August, be ours. Sirius looked at him for a long moment. Sirius, who had lived in a household of plotters and had had 2 decades to learn how to recognize one, set his coffee down. Harry. Yes. You are managing the wizarding world. I am, briefly. I do not intend to manage it long. I intend to put in a competent minister, restore the credibility of the order, and return to my schoolwork. I have, for the next 2 years, 6 anchors to find and 1 Voldemort to handle. I do not have time to also be the Daily Prophet's plaything. Hermione is in on this. Hermione has been the architect of the political plan. I have been, at most, the willing puppet. I would like the record to show that, when I am older. Sirius, who had been for the past 2 months observing Hermione Granger function as a small precise political mind in a 14-year-old's body and had come to the same conclusion, nodded. I will, by lunch, have Skeeter at the door. I would also like, with your permission, to bring Amelia Bones. Amelia Bones is acceptable. All right. He did. Skeeter came. Bones came. The interview was conducted in the parlor of 12, Grimmauld Place under the careful supervision of 3 witnesses, 2 photographers, and a notary who had been instructed in advance not to leave the room until the transcript was signed in triplicate. Hermione took shorthand. Hermione, after the interview, edited it with Harry overnight. The Quibbler published the result in the morning edition. By the end of the week, Fudge had resigned. By the end of the month, Amelia Bones, on the unanimous recommendation of the Wisengamot's Emergency Committee, had been confirmed as minister. The wizarding world, in its slow careful way, began to take Voldemort seriously again. Voldemort, in his manner in the South, did not enjoy the development. The Horcrux purge took 15 months. The diary had been the first. Harry had unmated in 2nd year. The ring had been the 2nd. Harry, with Albus and Sirius, retrieved it from the abandoned shack of the Gaunt family in late September, with great care for the curse on it that had, in another timeline, cost Albus a hand and a year of his life. Albus, in this timeline, did not put on the ring. Harry, on Albus's behalf, dismantled the curse in a small precise sigil pair operation that took 40 minutes and left Harry tired but uninjured. The ring stone, which the quiet man recognized with the small interior flicker of a man recognizing a piece of his own old life on a stranger's shelf, Harry kept, the gold band, with the soul fragment in it, he and Albus unmade together in Albus's office over a cup of tea. The locket had been hidden in the cave by the sea. Harry, with Sirius, retrieved it on a Saturday in mid-October. He did not require the assistance of the Inferi the way the original sequence had described. He did not, in fact, allow the Inferi to wake. He performed, on the surface of the lake, a small precise sigil of stillness that froze the cave's resident dead in the hour Harry needed. He retrieved the locket. He did not drink the potion, he transmuted the potion, with a small intention the quiet man had taught him in summer, into a similar-looking but inert solution. He left the cave. The locket, on Albus's desk that evening, was unmade in the same manner as the ring. The cup had been in Bellatrix's vault. Harry, with Bill Weasley as his curse-breaker liaison and a cordial polite letter to the goblin he had bowed to 4 years ago, retrieved the cup with the goblin's formal cooperation in November. The goblins had, on the strength of 4 years of Harry's continuous courtesy, decided to extend a small experimental form of trust to him. The cup came out of the vault with the kind of bureaucratic grace that no wizard had, in 2 centuries, been granted. It was unmade that night on Albus's desk. The diadem had been in the room of requirement. Hermione found it in February with the help of a small house elf named Dobby, whom Harry had befriended in 2nd year and who had become, over the years, the trio's quiet logistical ally. The diadem was unmade in Albus's office in the evening of the same day. The snake, Nagini, was the harder problem. Nagini was alive, with Voldemort, in his manor, and Harry had no intention of breaking into the manor to deal with her. Harry, instead, performed in the late winter a small precise piece of mystic projection. He traveled in Astral to the manor, drifted into the snake at 3 in the morning while Voldemort slept, and laid on the snake the small homing knot sigil he had used on the troll at Halloween in 1st year. The snake, in her sleep, became a snake-shaped absence in Voldemort's bedchamber. The snake, at the same instant, became a snake on a glacier in Norway, where the cold and the absence of small mammals took her in 3 weeks. That left the 7th fragment, which had been in Harry's head, and which Harry had expelled in the graveyard. The Horcrux purge was complete by the end of 5th year. Harry, on his 15th birthday, sat on the stone wall behind the burrow with Hermione and Ron and Ginny and Luna and Neville on either side of him, and the Weasley twins setting off small fireworks Mr. Weasley had specifically asked them not to set off, and Mrs. Weasley with a great cake on the table inside, and the quiet man inside Harry's chest said softly, "We are, by my count, on schedule." "We are." "He will," said the quiet man, "attempt the great move soon. He will need to. His remaining fraction of a soul cannot maintain the body indefinitely. The 2% deficit will, by the end of next year, become a 40% deficit. He will, before then, attempt the largest possible move. Hogwarts. Yes. We will be ready. We will." The DA was not the DA, in this timeline, because there was no Umbridge. There was, instead, a small private study group of 7 that Harry had, on the recommendation of the quiet man and the agreement of Albus, begun in his 5th year in a corner of the room of requirement on Tuesday evenings. The 7 were Hermione, Ron, Ginny, Luna, Neville, the Weasley twins, and, by quiet invitation in November, a small thin Slytherin 4th year named Blaise Zabini, who had on the asking accepted with the small composed grace of a boy who had been waiting to be asked. The 7 met for an hour each Tuesday, and Harry, with the small careful patience the quiet man had spent years modeling for him, taught them the basics of sigil grammar. Hermione, who had been working with Harry privately for 4 years, was the senior lieutenant. She ran the smaller exercises while Harry worked individually with each new student. By February, all 7 could draw the small precise sigil of perception. By April, 6 could draw the sigil of containment, and the 7th, Ron, could draw a perfectly competent sigil of warning that hummed for a full hour after he said it. By May, 3 of them, Hermione and Ginny and Blaise, could open small sling ring portals on the size of a saucer. By June, Hermione could open one the size of a window. The quiet man, watching the syllabus unfold from inside Harry's chest, said with a quiet that was almost surprised joy, "This is what teaching ought to look like. I never, in my own school, taught 7 so well in a single year." "Yes. You are," said the quiet man, in a register of professional respect Harry had not heard from him in years, "a much better teacher than I was at your age." "I had a much better teacher," said Harry. The quiet man, in his chest, did not reply. The not reply, by now, had become a kind of grammar between them, a small affectionate pause of the kind 2 old colleagues use in lieu of compliments they have stopped needing to exchange. Harry, on the strength of the not reply, kept teaching. The final confrontation came in the early hours of the 2nd of May, 1997, in the Great Hall of Hogwarts. Voldemort, who had spent the previous 8 months attempting and failing to stabilize his body via increasingly desperate measures including the absorption of 3 minor Death Eaters and 1 captured Auror, came to Hogwarts at last because Hogwarts was the only place left in his cosmology in which his name still meant something. He came with a force of approximately 40 Death Eaters, 6 trolls, and a great assembled mob of the inferi he had been quietly raising in the lake since spring. The wards of Hogwarts, on his arrival, did not so much fall as politely hold open the front door, because Albus and Harry had spent the previous month preparing the wards for exactly this arrival in a configuration the quiet man called the polite host. The Battle of Hogwarts was, by the standards of its original sequence, brief. The 40 Death Eaters, on arrival, encountered the Order of the Phoenix on the front lawn in a precise crescent formation Hermione had drawn up. The Order, in the formation, took down the Death Eaters in a series of small careful parries that left 31 of them alive and bound on the lawn within 10 minutes. The remaining 9, with Voldemort, made the gates. The 6 trolls, on entering the Great Hall, walked into a folded space corridor Harry had set in advance which delivered them, one after the other in a tidy single file, to the Norwegian glacier on which a small group of Norwegian cursebreakers had been stationed in advance to receive them with humane stunning charms and an industrial-grade conveyance back to the Troll Preserve. The inferi, in the lake, did not finish climbing out, because the lake, on a small precise sigil Harry had drawn at the bridge that morning, began at moonrise to gently lower its temperature by half a degree per minute, and the inferi, who could not function below a particular threshold, sank back into the water with the quiet uncomplaining acceptance of a thing that had been told, by an old discipline they could still recognize, to rest. That left, in the Great Hall, Voldemort. He came in with his last 9 men. He stood at the entrance to the hall. He looked across the long tables, on which the candles had burned all night and the food had been swept and the benches had been pushed back. He looked at the small crescent of defenders on the dais, the Order, with Albus at the center, and Harry at Albus's right hand, and Hermione at Harry's right hand, and Ron beside her, and Neville and Ginny and Luna and Blaise in a small precise arc behind them. "Potter," said Voldemort. "Voldemort," said Harry. "You have killed my snake." "I have." "You have killed my anchors." "I have." "You have made me mortal." "I have." "Then we shall, this morning, finish. We shall." He raised his wand. Harry raised his hand. The cloak, on Harry's shoulders, settled. The quiet man, in Harry's chest, in a register of total quiet attention Harry had not, in 15 years, heard from him, now. Harry drew, on the air in front of him, the time loop sigil. The great hall, around him, became still. In the still hall, in the private dimension nested inside the moment, Harry walked across the dais, down the aisle between the long tables, and stopped 6 feet from Voldemort. He looked up at the white face. He said, "Voldemort. I have come to bargain." Voldemort, in the still hall, threw the killing curse. Harry, in the still hall, was hit. Harry died. The time loop reset. Harry, on the dais, began to walk. Hermione's eyes, at his right hand, did not move. Albus, at his left, did not breathe. The quiet man, in his chest, walked beside him. He stopped 6 feet from Voldemort. "Voldemort. I have come to bargain. The curse. The death. The reset." He walked. He stopped. "Voldemort. I have come to bargain. The curse. The death. The reset." By the 100th iteration, Voldemort had begun to vary his attacks. He tried a variant of the killing curse keyed to slip past Harry's clothing wards. Harry died. He tried a variant of the same curse keyed to the back of the throat. Harry died. He tried a curse no Death Eater present had ever heard of, which the quiet man identified, with the small dry interest of a man encountering an old and offensively bad piece of magic, as the corruption of a Babylonian invocation. Harry died. By the 500th iteration, Voldemort had run out of curses. He began to attempt the things that fragments of Voldemort attempt when they have run out of curses, which were a series of bargains in the other direction. He offered Harry power. Harry walked. He offered Harry knowledge. Harry walked. He offered Harry a co-rulership of the wizarding world, with Voldemort as the senior partner and Harry as the junior partner. I am, said Harry, on the 783rd iteration, not, on this matter, negotiable. Voldemort, in the still hall, tried for the last time the killing curse. Harry died. The time loop reset. By the 1000th iteration, the white face had begun to wear in the way the small cat-sized bundle had worn in the graveyard 3 years ago. Voldemort, on his feet in the still hall, was visibly thinner. The white skin had a translucency it had not had at the start. The 2% deficit, on the strength of 1,000 killings, had become an 18% deficit. He had lost, by the count of the quiet man, 1/4 of the magical reserve he had walked into the hall with. By the 2000th iteration, the deficit was 35%. By the 3000th, 50. By the 5000th, Voldemort was shaking. He had stopped throwing curses an iteration ago. He was, in the still hall, looking at Harry with the small white understanding of a man who had just realized that his death had been built into the bargain since the first iteration. What, said Voldemort, on the 5001st iteration, in a voice that was almost a whisper, do you want? I have come to bargain, said Harry. What is the bargain? You will, in the next iteration of the loop, lower your wand. You will, on lowering it, allow me to lower mine. You will, with my help, perform the small precise reversal of the original ritual that returned you to a body. The reversal will, on completion, allow your remaining fraction of soul to leave the body and dissipate. You will, on dissipating, end. You will not be reborn. You will not be punished. You will simply, after 75 years of resisting, rest. In exchange I will ensure that your name is not, in the next century, used as a curse against the children of the families who supported you. They will be allowed, on the strength of your peaceful end, to rejoin the society they would otherwise be exiled from. Your followers, in Azkaban, will be allowed reduced sentences. Your house, Slytherin, will not, on the strength of your end, be dissolved. You will, in summary, be allowed the kind of dignified ending you did not, on your own initiative, earn but which I will, on my own initiative, give you. Take it. Or do not. The loop, either way, is going to end with you depleted. Take the bargain. Be done. Voldemort, in the still hall, on the 5001st iteration, after a very long quiet pause that ran across several iterations because Harry, in the loop, had stopped pressing the reset, said, yes. The loop opened. Time, in the Great Hall, restarted. The Death Eaters in the doorway saw their master, on his feet, lower his wand. The Death Eaters did not, in any of their training, know what to do with that. Voldemort, in the live hall, in his actual voice, said with what passed in such a thing for steadiness, stand down. They stood down. Harry, on the dais, walked down the aisle between the long tables and the small steady step the hall had been watching for several seconds and lowered his hand. Voldemort, 6 feet from him, lowered his wand all the way. Harry produced, from his pocket, the small precise piece of parchment on which the reversal sigil had been pre-drawn in his own hand the night before, in case this exact configuration arose, which the quiet man had estimated had a 43% chance of being needed. He set the parchment on the floor between them. It is your hand, said Harry. I will not, on a thing so personal, do the work for you. Voldemort knelt. He laid his white finger on the sigil. The sigil, on his touch, hummed. The sigil reached, through the body, to the small remaining fraction of soul still tethered to it. The fraction of soul, on the strength of the reversal, came up out of the body in a thin pale stream the color of an old smoke, drifted across the hall, and dispersed. The body, on the floor, became a body. It did not, at any point, scream. It did not, at any point, fight. It simply, after 75 years of clinging, let go. Harry, on his knees beside the body, laid a hand briefly on the white forehead. The body was warm. The body was, by every metric of a man named Tom Riddle who had been, before his great mistakes, a very gifted boy, at last a body and not a project. "Be at peace," said Harry quietly. He stood up. The hall, around him, did not, for a long minute, move. Then Hermione, on the dais, walked down the aisle to him, and Ron, and the rest of the seven, and Albus, and the Order, and they stood with him in the long aisle of the Great Hall on the 2nd of May, 1997, in the early light coming through the high windows, and the cloak on his shoulder settled with the small attentive sentience of a thing that had decided, on this morning, to stay. The Great Hall, in the live light, did not, for a long minute, know what to do with itself. The Death Eaters in the doorway, on the strength of their master's lowered wand and his last quiet sentence, sat down on the flagstones in a kind of slow stunned obedience that the Aurors, arriving in the next 10 minutes by flow from London, processed with the careful neutrality of men who had been told, in their morning briefing, that the rules of engagement might be unusual. The 31 Death Eaters from the lawn were already bound. The 9 in the hall, on the floor, allowed themselves to be bound also. The morning, by Hermione's quiet count, ended with not a single fatality on either side except the body of Tom Riddle, lying with great dignity in the center aisle, with the cloak having been laid briefly across his shoulders by the boy who had killed him by allowing him at last to die. Hermione, on the dais, said softly, "Harry. I know. You did it. We did it. You and Ron and Albus and the Seven and the Order and the Goblins and Mrs. Fig and Sirius and a great many people who never knew their part in it. I, in particular, only ran the last lap. Harry. Yes. Stop being modest. All right." She put her hand on his elbow. He put his hand briefly on hers. They stood, on the dais, in the small still aftermath of a war that had taken 17 years to plan and 7 minutes to end, and they did not, for a while, speak. The cloak, on Harry's shoulders, settled. When they did speak it was about breakfast. Mrs. Weasley, who had been on the lawn with Mr. Weasley managing the Order's evacuation logistics, came up the steps and into the hall and looked at the body and looked at her son and looked at the small thin pale young man who had been her 6th child for 6 years, and she crossed the hall in 3 brisk steps and folded all of them in turn into her great soft embrace, and Harry, who had had years of practice at being hugged by Mrs. Weasley, allowed it without ceremony and held her, briefly, in return. After breakfast, Harry walked out of the great hall with Albus on one side and Hermione on the other and the 7 behind, and the wizarding world began the slow careful work of explaining to itself, over the next several months, what had happened. The explanations were, on the whole, inaccurate. Harry, who had decided long ago not to spend his energy correcting the explanations of others, did not correct them. The version printed in the Quibbler under Hermione's editorial supervision was, by his own account, the closest to true. The versions in the Daily Prophet and the various international magical papers were less close, but did not, for the most part, do active damage to anyone. Harry filed the inaccuracies under things he could not, at 23, afford to fight, and went on with his work. In the years that followed, Harry was offered a great many things. He refused most of them. He refused the Order of Merlin, on the grounds that he had not, in his own estimation, earned it. He refused the ministry, twice. He refused headmastership of Hogwarts, when Albus offered it on his retirement at 85, on the grounds that he was 32 and there was a more competent which his own age, which there was, and which he named, and which the Wisengamot, on the strength of his nomination, confirmed. He accepted, at 20, an invitation from the goblins of Gringotts to be the wizarding world's first formal liaison to the Goblin Nation, in which capacity he served for 43 years and oversaw the slow careful establishment of a treaty that had not, in 500 years, existed. He accepted, at 22, the headship of a small private school within Hogwarts, which he named the Faculty of the Mystic Arts, and which taught, on a strict admissions process administered by Hermione, the the small careful grammar of sigils and astral projection and sling ring travel and the disciplined use of time. The faculty, by his 40th birthday, had graduated 30 practitioners. By his 60th, 90. The graduates went out into the world and did, with the small careful courtesy Harry had spent years modeling for them, the work the quiet man had once dreamed could be done in his own world and had not, in his own world, lived to see. He accepted, at 26, an invitation from Beauxbatons to spend a term as a guest lecturer on the comparative grammar of magical traditions. The term, on his arrival, was so over-attended that the school had to move the lectures to the great courtyard. He delivered, in French he had taught himself in 3 months under the small dry tutelage of the quiet man, who had picked the language up at 22 in another life, 8 lectures on the comparison between wizarding magic and mystic arts and the small careful integration of both into a unified theory the quiet man had been refining since he was 40. Madame Maxime, after the last lecture, took him to dinner and said, in her great deep voice, "Monsieur Potter, you have, this term, given my school a piece of work I shall be teaching for the rest of my career. I would like, with your permission, to credit you in the syllabus." He gave the permission. The syllabus, in the years to come, was adopted by every major continental magical academy, and the small careful integration the quiet man had been refining since he was 40 became, by Harry's 40th birthday, the standard model. He accepted, at 24, the offer of his godfather's house as his own. He lived in 12, Grimmauld Place for the rest of his life, with Hermione, who had moved in at 23, and Ron, who had moved in at 25, and Sirius until Sirius died at 61 in his sleep with a bottle of fire whiskey on the bedside table and a small private grin on his face. Ron and Hermione married in their late 20s, in a small ceremony Harry officiated. Harry, at the wedding, gave a toast which was, by the agreement of all witnesses, the briefest and most loving toast ever given at any wedding in living memory. Harry himself did not marry. He had decided, at 14, that the inheritance of a voice older than his own made the institution unwise for him. He took, in his 30s, a long and quiet companion in Luna Lovegood, who had decided at the same age that the institution was unwise for her also. They lived together at intervals over the rest of their lives, in 12, Grimmauld Place and in a small cottage in Devon and in a flat above a bookshop in Florence and in a tent on the slopes of a Tibetan mountain, and they were, in the quiet man's quiet observation, the longest-running and most contentedly informal partnership in the history of the wizarding world. Albus Dumbledore died at 107, in his bed, with Fawkes in attendance and Harry in the chair beside him. Harry held his hand. Albus, in the last quiet hour, said, "My dear boy. Tell him, when you next see him in the underlight, that I am very glad to have known him." "You will, sir." "Tell him also," said Albus, with the small private courtesy he had developed for the only other man in the castle who had ever known what he was, that he was, in the end, a great deal kinder than the books I read about him suggested. "I will." "My dear boy." "Yes. Thank you for the years." "Thank you for the years, Albus." Albus closed his eyes. Fawkes, on the perch, made the long quiet note Dumbledore had finally, in his last week, named for Harry. The note went out into the corridors and along the underlight, and Harry, in the chair, sat with his old friend's hand in his own for a long quiet time, and the cloak, on his shoulders, did not move. The faculty of the mystic arts, in its first decade, ran the way Harry had built it to run, which was on a small quiet ratio of 1 teacher to 4 students and a fierce admissions process that turned away 19 of every 20 applicants. Hermione, as registrar, performed the turning away with great courtesy and an unwavering eye. Some of the rejected went on to become competent wizards in the ordinary curriculum, some, the quiet man inside Harry indicated quietly, were better off not being taught at all. Of the ones admitted, every single one had, at some point in early childhood, drawn a sigil they had not been taught. The faculty, by its 10th year, was producing the first group of practitioners who would go out into the world and quietly perform, with no fanfare, the work of stitching the underlight of the British Isles back into a configuration that had not, in 80 years, been allowed to exist. The wizarding world, on the strength of this work, became, in small careful increments, kinder. The kindness was not, by any visible measurement, attributable to anyone. The kindness was attributable to the steady patient pressure of half a dozen invisible faculty graduates, doing their small private maintenance on the country's underlight, week after week, in the towns and villages where they had decided to settle. Harry, on the strength of the kindness, did not, on any record, claim credit. The quiet man, on the strength of the kindness, did, in his quiet interior way, accept it. "This," said the quiet man on a Tuesday in his 40th year, "is the work I always wanted to do." "Yes," said Harry. "I never did it in my own world." "I know." "You will," said the quiet man, "before you are done, do it twice over for both of us." "I will." He did. By his 60th year, he had trained 90 practitioners. By his 70th, he had trained 143. The faculty, by his 75th year, had become a quiet permanent institution. It had outlived him in design before he had even, in fact, died. On a quiet evening in the 75th year of Harry Potter's life, in the headmaster's office Harry had borrowed for the night from the witch he had nominated 43 years earlier and who was, in this evening, away in Sweden on a goblin matter, Harry stood in front of the great window that looked out over the lake. The cloak was on his shoulders. The eye, which over the decades had migrated from a pendant to a quiet hum behind his sternum, was warm. Hermione was downstairs in the kitchen with Ron and Luna and a great pot of soup. Ginny was on her broom over the Quidditch pitch, teaching her grandchildren to fly. Neville was in the greenhouse with the faculty's third years. Harry, at the window, drew on the air in front of him a small precise sigil he had been refining for 40 years and had not, in any of those 40 years, used. The sigil opened. Behind the sigil, in the shape of a window, was a starfield. The starfield was not, in any ordinary sense, a starfield in this universe. The starfield was the small careful crossing point the quiet man had once, in another life, used as a personal threshold. It had not been opened in this universe, by anyone, in any direction, in 80 years. Harry had spent 40 of those years quietly adjusting the local underlight to make its opening, on the night of his choice, possible. He looked through the window. On the far side of the window, in the starfield, on a small spit of rock that hung in the dark with its own small atmosphere, a man was standing. The man was tall and thin and his hair was graying at the temples and there was a small dark goatee on his chin. The man wore a dark blue robe. The man wore on his shoulders a cloak that hung with a small attentive sentience. The man wore at his throat a circular pendant with a great single eye in the middle, and the eye was open, and the man's own eyes were on Harry, and they were the eyes of the quiet man, in the body the quiet man had once worn, and the man, on seeing Harry, smiled. It was a brief mouth motion of the kind two old colleagues exchange in lieu of a longer greeting. "Hello, Stephen," said Harry. "Hello, Harry," said Stephen Strange, on the far side of the window. They looked at each other. "You did," said Stephen, "rather better with my voice than I did." "I had," said Harry, "a much better teacher." Stephen's mouth, briefly, did more. Harry, in the headmaster's office, with the cloak on his shoulders and the eye humming behind his sternum and the small grateful piece of 75 years' work settling on him with the weight of a quilt, stepped through the window onto the small spit of rock. The cloak, on his shoulders, did not move. It was the same cloak, in some way that the quiet man and the man who was now wholly Harry both understood, that Stephen wore. The window, behind him, closed. The starfield, around them, was very quiet. In the headmaster's office of Hogwarts, on a quiet evening in the summer of 2056, the great window looked out over the lake exactly as it always had. The night was warm. The lake was calm. Down in the kitchen, Hermione was ladling soup. Ron was complaining cheerfully about the bread. Luna was telling a small story about a bird she had seen that afternoon that nobody else had seen. The headmaster, from Sweden by flu, returned briefly to her office for a forgotten ledger, found it, looked once around the room, and noticed that the small portrait of Albus Dumbledore on the wall behind the desk was, for the first time in 23 years, smiling in a way that had nothing to do with politeness. She picked up the ledger. She went back to Sweden. She did not, on her return, ask any questions. She had been a friend of Harry Potter's for 40 years. She knew, by long practice, when not to ask. In the kitchen, Hermione looked up from the soup and listened, for a moment, to a thing only she could hear, which was the small clean note of the underlight settling into a configuration it had not, in 80 years, been allowed to settle into. She put the ladle down. She went to the window over the sink. She looked out. The night sky over Hogwarts was full of stars. She smiled, in the small private way she had spent 60 years saving for the rare moments that earned it, and she went back to the soup, and she did not, that evening, mention to Ron or Luna what she had heard. They would, in due course, hear it themselves. Outside, in the starfield on the far side of a window that was not, in any local sense, a window, Harry Potter and Stephen Strange walked together in the small companionable stride of two old colleagues who had, between them, finished a long piece of work and were now, with the rest of forever ahead of them, prepared to begin a new one. The cloak, on the shoulders of the man who had been both, settled. The eye, on his chest, opened. Chapter 7 End.